we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see all of you Space Fams here on this Saturday evening. A lot to talk about here tonight, mostly Iran, but a few other things. But first, some shoutouts. Trevor Borins, HBX, Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat, Morbius a close fourth, Fishbone also here, Joe 47771, Mr. Spock, Frizzla, Young Chris, Sue Fairy, Wolf B, Perfect L, Selena Mary, Schmegley, Earth Homies and Dane Fess and Troll Slayer over on the vertical, The Green New Deal, and Ken's sister Sue, Ducky too, over on the Twitch. Well, been quite a week, Space Fams. This is it. It's almost over. Just a few things left for us to talk about before we start a new week. Of course, we've got a missing U.S. pilot in Iran, which is going to be the main focus of the stream today, but we are going to talk about a couple of stories in the United States, including a Nazi running for school board in Alaska, the Democratic primaries for the midterms, a wildfire east of LA, Artemis 2 update, and much, much more. All right, people, the United States. The United States, where Donald Trump still has a secret police force running around with a racist agenda of ethnically cleansing the United States. Of course, those ICE dungeons have also been used to hold dissidents and protesters. One people who meets such a description was recently released, a Palestinian who committed no crimes and was not here on an undocumented status or otherwise. Mo and Noab with a resub on Prime, subscribing for 21 whole months in a row. Truly incredible. Truly beautiful. 21 months, my God. Can you possibly be... I don't think you could be subscribing for longer months. We didn't even start dual streaming to Twitch until month 3 or 4. I don't think.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show with Palestinian activist Laka Cordia. She was recently freed after spending a year in an ICE jail in Texas, arrested in March of last year as part of the Trump administration's campaign targeting activists and others who advocated for Palestinian rights. Laka Cordia grew up in the occupied West Bank, now lives in New Jersey. She says Israeli forces have killed more than 200 members of her extended family in Gaza. In April 2024, Laka was arrested during a Gaza solidarity protest at Columbia University. The charges were dropped the following day. But in March of last year, Laka was detained after meeting with immigration officials in New Jersey voluntarily. Her arrest came less than a week after federal immigration agents arrested the Columbia student protester organizer, Mahmoud Khalil. He was jailed for 104 days. Cordia is believed to have been the last person held in detention from the Trump administration's crackdown on pro-Palestinian campus activists. While in custody, she was hospitalized in February following her first seizure. In mid-March, she was freed after a judge ordered her release on a $100,000 bond. Cordia joins us now in our studio. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's quite something to see you across the table. We've reported on you for so long. How are you feeling? How are you doing right now? A year in an ICE jail. We'd like you to describe your experience and how you were first taken.
First of all, thank you very much for having me. It's such an honor to be sitting with you today. How am I feeling now? I'm feeling blessed, grateful, but at the same time, the way that I feel it's bittersweet, knowing that I left behind many courageous, innocent women and men who deserve nothing but freedom. They've done nothing wrong but dreaming. The last year was tough. It was long. It was. I've seen and experienced a lot of injustice. It's something was very disappointing to be there in the first place. I shouldn't be there in the first place.
You met with ICE or immigration agents in New Jersey. It was soon after Mahmoud Khalil was taken, so we knew that this was taking place, that people were being picked up. And describe what happened then. That was in New Jersey, in
Yes.
a detention center?
It was in a detention center in Newark, yes. Yes, it was supposed to be like just a meeting, regular meeting with my lawyer, along with my lawyer with the ICE agents. It led to arrest. They took me in an unmarked car directly to the airport, and they have informed my lawyer that I'm going to upstate New York, but they took me to Texas instead.
And what did they tell you in those early days about why they were holding you?
They were saying just it's something, it's an issue with my application. So I have a petition from my U.S. citizen mother to get that green card, and I have an approved I-130. So they just told me that you have an issue with your application. So basically they were lying to me.
Yeah, no shit. Of course they were lying to her. Here's another good question. Why should she have to sit in a detention center because there's an issue with her application? She posed some sort of serious threat to society that she has to sit in a jail? While she waits for an application, even though she's been in the United States for quite some time. It's very stupid. It's a very stupid thing. Young Chris, welcome to Galactic Individual. Thank you for deciding to become a member. Anyway, for now, she's free after a long year of being in a detention center for no good reason. Aside from criticizing another country's foreign policy. Oh, and I guess the United States funding the foreign policy of that foreign country. Oh, boy. Better put her in jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Yeah. Now, thankfully, she's out, but many people still are rotting in prisons, detention centers, funded by your tax dollars. And while ICE efforts get a lot of coverage in big cities, as they struggle to get attention on rural areas, which are also seeing ice enforcement. Let's go here.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland is out today. Joining me now, Emma Jansen, writing fellow at the American Prospect, reporting on anti-poverty policy, health, and political power. And you have a big piece in the American Prospect, When Ice Blows Through Rural America. It's a fascinating piece. We'll link to it. But here to tell us about ICE's activity in Minnesota as the cameras have basically gone away. Emma, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited and grateful to be on.
So you were up, you write about basically 3 towns in Minnesota. Well, I guess, 3, Alberta, Lee, Northfield, and Wilmar. And this is in the wake of everything that happened in Minneapolis, of course. There was a lot of attention. Bovino is out. I think he's been summarily fired. He has no access to his social media anymore. Kristi Noem also out. Probably wishes she had less access to her social media right at this very moment. Although I have my doubts as to who leaked that information, but that's a different story. Tom Homan comes in a couple of months ago and says, we're done here. We're going to leave. They had about 4,000 troops, I don't know what else to call them, in Minneapolis. And they were supposedly dwindling down to pre-surge levels, which was 150. Yeah. And unclear, maybe you have insight as to whether how many are still in Minneapolis, but it's clear they just sort of went out into the rural areas. I don't know. I guess you can start with Northfield and then go from there.
Yeah, definitely. First of all, I just want to say that's completely correct as far as, the anecdotes of people that I spoke to when I was in rural Minnesota. They kept telling me that, no, they actually haven't left the state. They've just come into the outer parts of the state, away from the Twin Cities, where there aren't cameras and where local news is, in many cases, kind of dying out, just these news deserts. So it's just not known as much, but there were ICE agents in those communities. And so, like you said, Northfield was the first town that I visited, and it's, of the 3 places that I spent time in, it's the least kind of rural. It's a really beautiful college town, home to St. Olaf's College and Carleton. So they have a bit more of that kind of infrastructure of resistance already there, because it's a fairly liberal community. It has all the resources of a college town. But the activists and faith leaders and just community members in general that I spoke to in Northfield really confirmed what you were saying just a minute ago, which is that you were hearing in the news around the time that I was there, late February, that the drawdown had happened, that things were much less severe in Minnesota, but that wasn't matching up at all with what people on patrols out in Northfield actually saw. They were still seeing the same number of ICE agents, the same cars that they had been tracking in their community, and the effects were still very much lingering. For example, there's one small business in town that when I was there, I drove in and I saw it was completely shut down, darkened windows. There was like brown, almost newspaper paper covering the windows so people couldn't see in. And that was ongoing. Things had not snapped back to normal, even though there had been this kind of rumor about a drawdown.
And we should say the population in Northfield is about 20 some odd thousand. I imagine maybe, summer it's a little bit less or more as a function of the colleges. And so, what are give us a sense of like what the immigrant populations are there, and like why that might be a target. It's only about like 50 miles away from the Twin Cities. Is that right?
Yeah, it's quite close. It's quite close. It's less than an hour's drive away.
Immediately,
so
if
I
not
think in
sooner.
Northfield, my sense of the kind of immigrant population and just the dynamics in that town is that the majority of immigrants would be Mexican American, Hispanic, Latino immigrants. In other parts of the state, you also have a big Somali population, of course, that was talked about a lot. And you also have the Karen community, which is an ethnic group from Myanmar. So in the state as a whole, my understanding is that those are kind of three of the main groups that have been targeted by the ICE surge. And in Northfield, from what I heard and from the people I spoke to, some of the biggest groups that were actually feeling the impact there were Hispanic immigrants.
And are there specific industries? I think it's in
Okay, I just wanted to remind people of the fact that ICE is still operating, not just in Minnesota, but across the country. And especially in rural areas, they are not getting very much attention at all because of the complete lack of local journalism and the fact that, you know, unlike a big city like New York or LA or even Minneapolis, you know, you could be approached by an ICE agent and nobody would pass by potentially for who knows how long. Right? These in a very quiet country sort of regions, you're not gonna have the same sort of foot traffic and or cars even going by. And so something needs to be done about that. Honestly, the thing that I see as being the easiest solution is to just get rid of ICE. Seems to be like the most direct and effective way to just address that. Now, of course, there are some people who support what's happening with ICE. They're called Nazis. And apparently there is a Nazi running for school board in Anchorage, Alaska. I know this seems like a small story, but I know we have a bunch of Alaska viewers on the channel, and I also just found this to be sort of fucking ridiculous. And the more I watched, the more I was just sort of like, just like, yo, really? This guy? Really? Anyway, so this is the woman who is brought to light the Hitler posting past of this man running for Anchorage School Board. She is also running for Anchorage School Board. Her name is Rachel Blakesley,
well,
I believe is how you say
we
it.
talked about it on the phone a little bit, but the mailer is what a lot of people have, it's caught their attention. And usually school board races don't get as much attention, I think, as this particular one. But in the mailer, you've made some claims just saying your opponent is too extreme. You pulled up a couple tweets, social media posts that he posted. And like I asked earlier, just want to ask you, do you still stand by those statements? He says they're out of context. What's your response to that?
Yeah, so I stand by the statements being factually accurate. They are verbatim words that he has stated. They're not suggestions or made up claims. They are, again, verbatim statements that he's made and put out on the internet.
Yeah, and so this is the mailer in question. It says Rachel's opponent is too extreme for Anchorage schools. Did you know that Hitler pulled Germany out of economic hardship, potentially saving millions of people?
Many of similar sort have also been put out. Those are just two examples or a couple examples that were highlighted in that mailer. And as for the claim that they are taken out of context, I would say, in my view, there is no context in which either of those statements would be acceptable. When you're talking about Hitler, having economic policies that saved lives, I cannot think of a context in which that statement would be accurate and or appropriate. And similarly, the statement that you want to dismantle or shut down an institution that you're running to be an elected official to help govern, to me is a different value than I would look for in an elected leader.
Yeah, I too would look for somebody with different values. Perhaps get somebody in the school board who isn't all about talking about how great Hitler was, I guess. Here's one more clip on this story.
Are you a Nazi?
No. Gosh, no.
School board candidate Alexander Rosales says this tweet claiming, quote, Hitler pulled Germany out of economic hardship, potentially saving millions of people.
Okay, I just want to draw your attention to something here. If you're not familiar with, like, right-wing meme culture, this, if you take a look at what this guy's handle is here, it says Kekius. Look here, Kekius J. Leviticus Esquire. Now, Leviticus is, of course, I believe, a chapter from the Bible. But Kekius, I believe, is a reference to this. Kekistan, a fictional digital nation created by 4chan users and adopted by alt-right as a satirical trolling-focused online movement. It's a very, very genuinely anti-Semitic and Nazi, not even Nazi adjacent, just Nazi movement, okay?
Quote, was used out of context in a mailer sent out by his opponent, Rachel Blakesley.
You know, it only takes a couple minutes to sit down and talk with me and know that those are not my values at all. It's somebody who's a self-proclaimed Nazi hunter that is trying to label me as something because they can't do this race off of merits alone.
Blakesley stands by the mailer.
When you're talking about Hitler,
right.
Having economic policies that saved lives, I cannot think of a context in which that statement would be accurate and or appropriate.
And Rosales still agrees with the other post, which says ASD is, quote, garbage.
And it seems like the only time parents get involved is when a school is being shut down.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain this guy is a genuine Nazi. He might be saying he's not here in public while he's running for public office. But with a name like Kekius J. Leviticus Esquire, I can guarantee you this guy has some full-on Nazi beliefs. Like it's basically a guarantee. You don't just wind up with that username randomly and post about how Hitler's great. Speaking of Hitler lovers and Nazis, we should talk about the Doge Boys, who apparently gave testimony regarding a NIH grant lawsuit. I found a bunch of this to be highly informative about who these individuals are. By the way, does this guy not kind of look like Jared Kushner? Like, I feel like he looks like a combination of Jared Kushner and Jared from Silicon Valley. You know what I'm talking about? It's like if they had a baby. Apparently, two-thirds of people that look like this guy are named Jared. Right? Am I wrong? Like, Jared, right? Yeah. And then other Jared. Huh. Wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? These are not, are they not the... Come on. I wonder if this guy's name is Jared, too.
Understanding of what DEI is?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your understanding as you sit here today in this deposition?
Well, it was exactly what was written in the EO. And so anytime that we would look at a grant through the lens of complying with an executive order, we would just refer back to the EO and assess if this grant had relation to it.
Okay, but I guess stepping back from your methodology strictly in terminating the grants, do you have an understanding as you sit here today of what DEI means?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your understanding of what it means?
Well, it is exactly what was written in the EO.
Okay, so...
and I don't have the EO in front of me.
And the rationale says, the documentary addresses gender-based violence and overlooked histories contributing to DEI by amplifying marginalized voices.
Yes.
Why is a documentary about Holocaust survivors DEI?
Objection.
It's the gender-based story that's inherently discriminatory to focus on this specific group.
It's inherently discriminatory to focus on what specific group?
The gender-based, so females.
Oh my god. I can't tell which thing is more disturbing. I know which one, but like this guy is as dumb as he is a Nazi. Like this guy is as much of a moron as he is dangerous. He's a dangerous moron, as they say.
Dangerous morons.
Did you just hear what he said? Here, I'll let you listen one more time. Just listen to what he just said.
Discriminatory to focus on this specific group.
In a documentary about the Holocaust, he said it was inherently discriminatory to focus on Jewish women experiencing gender-based violence. I mean, this is insane. Like, this is full-on... This is like full-on Nazi cope, right? It's like, we can't talk about... Like, what in the fuck? What in the actual fuck did this guy just say? Inherently discriminatory to talk about this particular group. Wow.
It's inherently discriminatory to focus on what specific group?
The gender-based, so females.
Uh-huh. Gender-based
during
females.
The Holocaust.
And you believe that that's inherently discriminatory?
Do you see what I mean? He's a fucking
I'm just saying that's
idiot.
what it's focused on.
Sure.
But this is related to DEI.
Right.
But you just used the term inherently discriminatory. What did you mean by that?
Yeah.
It's
Who's
focusing
it discriminating
on
against?
DEI principles.
Okay, if you had already been reviewing every grant one by one, such that you gained an understanding of it, why then...
Okay, I think that's good enough from this ghoul. This Jared Kushner clone. Who's really struggling with the Holocaust right now. I guess that's one way in which he differs from Jared. You would assume, although I've never heard Jared's takes on the Holocaust. But what a take from that utter moron. Inherently discriminatory to talk about the victims of the Holocaust. What would be an appropriate discussion of the Holocaust? Oh my god. Icy Zine with Super Chat. Maximus Ducius. Thank you, IC. Well, before we stop talking about Nazis, we should talk about Russell Vogt. Russell Vogt. Whatever his name is. Hard to remember how you pronounce it since we almost never talk about him anymore. It's weird.
That's really weird.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of the invited guests here, the witnesses, for taking the time out. I first want to start actually asking for a little help from this committee and the public at large. We have someone who's gone missing. Perhaps you could help me find him. His name is Russell Vogt. He is the OMB director, and
honestly, this one's fucking hilarious. I am just barely old enough to have memories of, as a child, that being a thing where people used to put missing children on milk cartons, and seeing Russell Vogt, who I've been saying has been hiding away in the nerdery under the White House in a darkly candlelit room amongst the Constitution that he's trying to dismantle. You know, coming up with all of the most devious ways to ruin America. He's been completely missing. And I've mentioned this in the past, and I found it utterly hilarious somebody decided to take it to this level. Because I've been saying it. I've been saying it and saying it and saying it. Where is Russell Vogt, and why? And why has everybody forgotten about this man? We can't forget about him. I know we never talk about him, but he's still down there. He's still down there crafting horrible plans for the Trump administration. In the nerdery. Like I've said, it's where he lives. I've never seen it. I assume it exists. A lot of old dusty tomes, I assume, and probably some Confederate flag memorabilia, I assume. I don't know. But where is Russell? We have not seen this guy. We see Steven. We know that they're a team. They're like a tag team. Russell Vogt, Stephen Miller. Steven's been the sort of the front-facing, you know, the like the evil nerd duo, right? Like if any, like the nerdiest guys in the White House. That's a given. They definitely have evil intentions with everything. I mean, if you've ever heard anything Russell Vogt's said, it's all terrible. It's all garbage. He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy.
His name is Russell Vogt.
But Steven has been taking all of the heat for their plans. I've been wondering where the fuck Russell is. He might have been kidnapped. I don't know. Seeing his face on that milk carton is making me think he's gone.
He is the OMB director, and for 15 months, Mr. Vogt has been MIA. He is supposed to testify before this committee, as every previous OMB director has done, including Mr. Vogt himself the first time he was OMB director. Here we are, 15 months into this Congress. 15 months this committee has been waiting for the OMB director to testify. Where is he? So if anyone spots this gentleman, if you could call the House Budget Committee and let us know, because we would like to know why exactly he is so afraid to testify before this committee. Other Trump cabinet secretaries have testified before this committee and withstood public scrutiny.
The member makes a compelling point. Where is Russell Vogt? Where is he? But even more compelling, perhaps, a call to America. If you see Russell Vogt, let us know. Call the House Budget Committee. Do they have a phone line? Do they have like a 1-800 number or something like that? Something easy? Something toll free? Where is Russell Vogt? It's like a worse version of Carmen Sandiego.
Why is Russell Vogt so afraid to come before us in public and answer questions about his record and the record of this administration? Perhaps he doesn't want to talk about the fact that according to fresh new polling this past week, this is the single most unpopular president when it comes to the handling of the economy since George W. Bush during the Great Recession.
Could be that. Could be that Russell Vogt doesn't want to answer for all of the president's policies. Mostly because he crafted them all. Right? Like, Russell Vogt had a hand. I can't decide on what to call him, Vought or Vote. Russell Vogt had a hand in crafting every single one of Donald Trump's policies before he ever took office. He was one of the head architects of Project 2025, the playbook which the Trump administration has been using for the last year. What's he going to do? Come out and say it's all great? He's also the most unlikable man on the planet. Like, you wouldn't want to hang out with him. Like, oh my God. I couldn't imagine. Could not imagine having to hang out with that guy for an extended period of time. It would be unbearable. It would be unbearable. It would be like torture. Torture might actually be preferable. But while we're talking about where Russell Vogt is, maybe we should ask another question. Where are the Democrats?
Staying in the race.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker.
Democrats don't want to do work. They don't want someone who is going to actually be a positive example that is going to cause voters to demand more. They don't want someone like Zoran. They don't want 100 Zorans running and winning, because that would mean all of the other Democrats.
Yeah, that's a good point. No hat or glasses. I have no hat or glasses right now.
As third way miscalculating, you're mistaken. They know what they're doing. Trump is serving up a clear and popular anti-war pro-social services campaign for Democrats on a silver platter, and they will do anything they can to avoid that. Because no matter how corpo, no matter how centrist Democrats are, they actually do oftentimes present themselves as anti-Trump, right? Or they at least try to find a way to present themselves as anti-Trump. So if Donald Trump is viciously and super vulgar in his imperialism, right? Democrats have to be against that. And therefore, they have to lean into being anti-war. Third way hates that. They don't want that. They want to make sure that Democrats are still in line with billionaires, in line with corporations. They want to make sure that the Democratic Party and the way that Democrats communicate on these issues do not, stray away or shy away from what they want, which is to keep the business as usual Kamala Harris style politics, right? It's been a failure on the politics front. It's obviously failed twice to Donald Trump, but it's also a failure to the people. And I'm not alone in this. This is something that I keep repeating over and over again. Something that I say all the time is look at the polls, okay? Look at the polls. Look at the way that the Democrats are being perceived right now. Look at the way the Democrats are being perceived right now. It's not popular. Here's Harry Emden talking about congressional Dems numbers with Democrats is atrociously awful, even worse among all voters. Most Dems think the party has the wrong priorities, okay? This is a massive, massive issue. It wouldn't be an issue if the Democrats actually were responsive to the needs of the people, right? And I said, we're here because corpo-centrist pro-Israel Dems believe that Trump's unpopularity will be enough to give them marginal electoral victories without having to push for material changes that address the working class needs. People want real fighters. They want real change. This is at the heart of the conversation that we've been having for the last week. This is the major issue. People might try to misdirect. People might try to take your attention away. They might claim that it's actually about, anti-Semitism or whatever smear campaign that they're leaning into. But this, keep your eyes on the ball. Okay, this is exactly the problem. The guys that have caused this issue, the people that have taken control over the Democratic Party since the Clinton era, the third way neoliberals, they know that they're losing their grip. They know that they're losing their influencing capabilities, and they're losing a massive vehicle for billionaires and corporate interests to be able to continue manipulating the Democratic Party and using it in whichever way they see fit. And they're desperately swinging wildly, but because of their overall inability to read the room, because of their lack of understanding of where people are right now, they've chosen to do this on the issue of Israel, which is a 90-10 issue. They think they can bully Democrats, and they can bully some Democrats, right? But they think they can bully all Democrats.
Which is wild. It's wild. When are we going to get Democrats to be this, like, cavalier, if you will? And what's the word? Obstinate, I think is maybe the wrong. Well, like, when are people following what I'm saying here? Like, when are we going to get Democrats to try and push the envelope on an issue, right? That may, be unpopular in the polling? Because why is this the only issue they're willing to do that with? When are we going to get a situation where Democrats find a genuinely important thing? Like why can't they take this stance on, I don't know, transgender people or something? Or what's a good example of it? Honestly, there's a lot of bad examples, because the fact is there's a lot of things that are actually popular that are actually not unpopular that Democrats still refuse to push. And that's all I can think of is issues that are actually popular with everyone that the Democrats refuse to embrace. Thank you for the hat. Thank you for the hat, NRG Flow, and the glasses from Amanda. Shakespeare raises a good point. Can we please watch the new Lego video together later, please? Maybe Sunday. Although YouTube started this new weird policy surrounding AI videos. So I have no idea. I've been trying to navigate it. I tried to talk to somebody at YouTube about it, and I became even less I became more confused than I was previously about the situation. So I've been actually avoiding playing any AI Slav videos at all, because I don't know what to expect. But maybe if you get lucky, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see.
Submission to make the wrong choice.
You might say, okay, well, at least Dems like Democrats. Not the case. Look at this. The majority of Democrats are independents who lean Democrats. Look at this. 55% say no, congressional Democrats do not have the right priorities. And then you just see a minority, 45% of Democrats say that congressional Democrats have the right priorities. This, to me, just jumps out at the screen because it screams primary challenges all over the map. And it says that even if Democrats don't like Donald Trump, they don't like their own party either when it comes.
And that's what it is. There are primary challenges, right? There are primary challenges, many of which I'm backing myself. Many of those primary challenges this community is leaning into. For the longest time, a lot of these liberals would say, oh, you and your community don't vote. That's never been the case, right? We vote. You and your community don't participate in politics. You don't understand how politics works. We do participate in politics. We do understand how politics work. Now that we're actually taking advantage of the instability in an effort to put forward candidates that are more responsive to the needs of the working class, all of a sudden it's a huge deal, right? All of a sudden it's a massive deal. They're freaking the fuck fuck out because they don't want it. They don't want people like Abdul. They don't want people like Shoykot. They don't want people like Claire Valdez. They did not want someone like Ana Lilia Mejia in New Jersey. They don't want Graham Plattner. They don't want these guys that represent a difference of opinion that want to actually do right by their constituents. They want controllable entities. They don't want Oliver Larkin, for example. They would much rather have someone like Moskowitz occupy that seat, and they're willing to lose elections. The greatest example of this is Zohran Mamdani. We saw how the establishment Democrats reacted to Zohran Mamdani. They tried to get him out when he won the primary. They didn't go, okay, it's time for vote blue no matter who. They actually turned around and tried to unseat him. They put up a right-wing opposition. They used a dynastic name in New York politics like Andrew Cuomo, in spite of the reality that he was a disgraced former governor who had to resign, right? And they were...
Yes, indeed. Hassan making a lot of sense over here, talking about the primaries. Staying on the topic of the primaries, Donald Trump made an endorsement of Susan Collins in Maine. Let's see how that went. Over at the Majority Report.
Online rhetoric around Plattner is insane. It feels like a massive AstroTurf campaign on Nils' behalf.
And a little bit of a self-sorting for an echo chamber.
Yep.
I also find that fascinating.
Trump's starting to talk about that race now, too. On the 5, he was talking about it, and him trying to sell like he likes Susan Collins is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Check it out.
She's so hot. Do we have that? She's hot. She looks so good now.
Love that Susan Collins.
He goes, she's she is a good person.
Oh man, that must have been so hard for him.
I guess she's good.
That is, of all the people you want to go to get an assessment as to whether someone's a good person.
Aren't I a good guy?
Should we do...
I mean, I actually think 20 is a little interesting, but I don't know if you... I mean, just because it's going to... If he wants
the
to run
Susan
for
Collins
president.
thing, if we want to do this real quick, just while we have this up, here's Donald Trump talking about Susan Collins.
Of Collins, and I won half of Maine.
Go back. Again.
Collins.
Susan Collins.
He doesn't even know her last name.
Collins.
He just said, I'm fine with libertarians. I'm sort of a libertarian myself. But you have others. You have Murkowski from Alaska.
Sort of a libertarian.
I've given Alaska probably more. She's a very difficult person. Very, very, very terrible person, to be honest with you. And you have Collins. And I won half of Maine. You know, I win Maine. I win the lumberjacks and the fishermen. I win those big, strong lumberjacks. They like Trump. But she wins the other part of Maine, and I hope she wins because
we get all the lumberjacks.
She's a good person, actually. But we have to win. We have to keep the majority. Otherwise, all of the things that we've done are going to go down the tubes. But I would terminate the filibuster, and I'd take a vote, and I'd have everything done, and I'd vote on voter ID. And I'd vote on citizenship. I'd vote on no mail-in ballots.
Except for the ones that I file in Florida and my whole family does. So if Murkowski was up for re-election,
no more mail-ins,
he'd be doing this just exact reverse.
100%. But what he just did was cut one of Plattner's campaign ads in the general election.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He has just cut an ad for Plattner. Because with Susan Collins, we're going to have the SAVE Act. We're going to have all of these horrible things. She's a
Susan's
good person.
going to do all the stuff I want.
I think, I don't know what Donald Trump's favorability is in Maine, but it ain't over 50%. I would bet that.
Yeah.
No way. No freaking way. Okay, actually, maybe it'd be easier to look at it on this format. But while we're talking about elections, I just want to bring something up that I've been working on that I think I may very well include some people on. Probably like do like a sign-up sheet, like in the in the Discord or something. and then add people to the drive, like to this spreadsheet I've created. But I created a spreadsheet because I realized I just did not have the ability to map all of this out as I might want to in my planner. So I started planning it out, like trying to figure out, okay, when is this election? When is this election? Like, we got to know this and that thing. So I could do, you know, an election day show, but also prepare for them. But then I started realizing, okay, I can't even, like, like California has 52 representatives. How am I going to fit all this in my planner? Couldn't do it. Not going to do it.
Prudent at this juncture.
So I did this. Google Doc. I created a Google Doc. Chronological order by state and by day. And congressional districts. We have 40, I believe we have 45 races, primary races, between May 5th and September 15th. First one, Ohio, first ones are Ohio and Indiana on the 5th of May. And I am enlisting people, like I said, for help right now. I've already got one person who's been sending me a whole lot of good stuff on Ohio, and I'm trying to tackle these chronologically. So if we could, like, I'm gonna try and find a way to make this like public to people in like the Discord, like put a link up. Maybe I'll post a community note on YouTube as well, so people can find it there. But then I think I'll make some people like contributors to it if they want to help. I think what would be really helpful to me if we could, like, considering we have like 165, something like that, people in the Discord, you know, if each person could like take 2 districts and we could coordinate among each other. Because on Google Docs, right, like you could just people, like right now, get people to sign up, and then you could like write your name down in a particular district, and that would be yours, and there would be no overlap, and we could tackle this all together as a Space Fams. Now, of course, I'm going to be working on this. Of course, there's going to be Senate races as well, governor's races, among other things, but working the most complex of the tasks, which in my estimation is, in fact, the Congress. I'm trying to organize a way for us to put together a comprehensive list for all of the primaries for each state left in the 2026 midterms, so that when generals come around, we actually have some decent candidates to vote for across the country. And sure, you know, I don't expect every single one of these to wind up necessarily panning out, you know, but I think we should really give it a shot. Try and find the most progressive candidates that are running for each of these seats. And then, you know, I'll try and put my weight behind them. Not that I have much of anything, but if we all start doing that as well, right? Because, I mean, I know all of you spend time in other chats and other things. We can get the word out. We'll be posting on social media about these people. But now's the time to seize, because all of April there are no primaries. There's no elections. There's no elections, but the primaries are still ongoing right now. Right, and I think there may be early voting that starts happening within the next couple weeks. So we really need to get on this now, which is why I'm spending time out of my day to do that right now, because I just see this as being one of the most pressing issues of our time. All right, let's go to the great, the one, the only, the very best numbers at CNN, Harry Emden. Look at this guy.
How can they be up by 6 but have such a lousy favorability rate?
Subscription to NRGFL0.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to NRG Flow. Much appreciated.
Democrats up by 6 and only 28% favorable rating. How is that possible? It is because of the double haters, the most important 1/4 of the electorate you have ever seen. Take a look here. Who double haters prefer among the 26% who dislike not just the Democrats, but the Republicans as well? Look at this. Democrats up by a 55% to 24% margin. That's a 31-point lead among that key quarter of the electorate who can't stand either party. They are, in fact, the Democrats, the lesser of two evils.
This is the, pox on both their houses caucus, basically. So what has this group told us in the past?
What has this group told us in the past? This is the biggest movement that we've seen in the electorate versus the 2022 midterms when, of course, Republicans took back the House of Representatives. Take a look here. Okay, we talked about that 31-point lead that Democrats have right now. But take a look among the double haters back in 2022. Republicans won that group by 17 points, and with that, were able to take back the House of Representatives. Who wins double haters is the party that goes on to win the election. Of course, this all had a genesis back in 2016 when, of course, Donald Trump was able to beat Hillary Clinton on the backs of double haters. Republicans repeated that feat in the 2022 midterms, and now Democrats look to be in the driver's seat among the voters who dislike both parties, those double haters.
What are Democrats feeling right now?
Okay, what are Democrats feeling right now? You know, yesterday we did a segment about how even Democrats don't like their own leaders, and a lot of Democrats don't even like their own party.
By the way, the Republican Party put that segment out like in 2 seconds.
2 seconds. What are we talking about here? But this is the key thing. What is driving Democrats' votes? How voters who are Democrats feel. Disapprove of Trump, 99% of them. Look at how close this plan to vote Dem in 2026 is, 96%. This, Donald John Trump, is the key motivating factor at this point for Democrats and who they're going to vote for, despite the fact that only 63% of Democrats view their own party favorably. That is not what is driving them. What is driving them is Donald John Trump. They would go over hot coals. They would literally crawl over hot coals to vote against Donald John Trump, even if there are a lot of them who don't like their own party.
Yeah, they're mad at themselves. It doesn't mean that they're not going to go out there and vote for the Democrats.
Exactly. Frizzla, the beautiful gift of 5 sweet memberships to the Galactic community on YouTube. Chris Garrett, Tanks a Lot, Uncle Simric, Notchket, and Charlie Jinmir. Wow, a lot of great space fams receiving generously gifted memberships from Frizzla. Thank you, Frizzla. Speaking of which, we are an hour into the stream. I should start a galactic content goal. Let me think. I think I'm just going to do a half goal. We're close enough. I'm just going to do a half a goal. 5 chats. With those gifted membies and the subs over on Twitch, as well as, I think young Chris started a membership as well. It's close enough. Close enough to half. I think it might actually be exactly half. What's today? Saturday. Saturday. All right, 3 hours to complete a half goal. Full of Easter energy. Wow. Glad to hear that, Omega. You're enjoying the holidays. Everybody's got holidays this week. Passover, Easter. Okay, goals started on Twitch and YouTube. Half goals, because we already have completed it. Only an hour into the show. Shows just how beautiful and generous space fams really are. And how dedicated they are to keeping this show on the airwaves. And by the airwaves, I do in fact mean the internet.
They dislike themselves. They hate.
That's
Donald Trump.
on YouTube. So what might this mean for Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader right now?
Okay, what might this mean for Hakeem Jeffries? How about the chance that Jeffries is the next House Speaker? Look at this. 3 months ago, according to the Kalshi prediction market, it was a 66% chance. Now, today, we're talking about a 79% chance.
Okay. Yeah, except we're going to get Hakeem Jeffries kicked out of the House. That's my plan this year. We got some time on Hakeem. Few months. But we need to get a fucking primary challenger on Hakeem Jeffries. Guy is done. I'm done with him. I am done with Hakeem Jeffries. I don't want to hear that guy's name ever again. Sick of his bullshit. Speaking of disapproval of Democrats, staying with Harry. That's right. We're watching the Harry montage for the week. CNN posted it yesterday. It's 31 minutes. That's right. Listen to me. 31 minutes of Harry Emden. Okay? CNN gets it. The internet loves Harry.
Overall, 74%.
The very best numbers. That's why people love Harry. Because he has the very best numbers. Everybody's saying it.
4 say no. Just 25% overall say yes. You might say, okay, well, at least Dems like Democrats. Not the case. Look at this. The majority of Democrats are independents who lean Democrats. Look at this. 55% say no, congressional Democrats do not have the right priorities. And then you just see
every
a
time
minority,
he says Kalshi. Yeah, you're right. Every time he says Kalshi, it makes me lose a little bit of my respect for Harry every time. But let's be real. Nobody else is doing the numbers like Harry. All right, we just skip the Kalshi stuff. You know,
Democrats say that congressional Democrats have the right priorities. This to me just jumps out at the screen because it screams primary challenges all over the map. And it says that even if Democrats don't like Donald Trump, they don't like their own party either when it comes to Congress. And overall, I mean, my goodness gracious.
So this is sort of like Democrat on Democrat crime here. What's overall approval among Democrats of their leaders?
Yeah, okay. So, you speak about Democrat on Democrat crime. And I want to know how unusual what we're seeing right now about how Democrats feel about Democrats in Congress is. Take a look at this. This is a trend line going back through the years, midterm elections in which there's a GOP president. Look at this. In 2006, Dems' net approval of congressional Democratic leaders was plus 28. You go back to the last midterm, look at that, plus 19. Very much on the positive side. The bottom has fallen out. The bottom has fallen out. Minus 4 points. That is Democrats' own net approval of their own congressional leaders. Even Democrats don't like their own leaders when it comes to Congress. And overall, of course, the numbers are just absolutely awful. So Democrat on Democrat.
Awful, you say, Harry. Would you also say weak?
Awful. Weak.
Thank you, Harry. Very, very, very helpful. But yeah, honestly, what this says to me is midterm primaries. Big time. This is a huge opportunity for leftists who seize the Democratic Party. They are more hated than ever. Everybody in office right now, everybody hates them. Which means the perfect time to find some new people to put in office in place. It's honestly, I've been saying it now for the last, how long? 9 months? We need longer. I think longer, actually. But I've been saying we need a Democratic Tea Party moment, essentially, right? Where the movement of Democratic voters, including, but not limited to, like, protest movements out on the street and at town halls and wherever else, causes Democrats to actually start responding to voters, like Republicans did in the wake of the Tea Party. We can call it something else. We don't have to call it the Tea Party moment, but that's just the what I'm trying to get across when I say that, right? Is that for political, like historical analogies or examples of what I'm trying to get across. That's what I'm saying is we need to find a way right now to get them to respond, and if they don't respond, we replace them. That's literally what Republicans did during the Obama days, and the Republican Party has never been the same. It's been for the worst for the Republicans, but I think for Democrats it actually might be for the best. I mean, whatever. I mean, it just shifted from one version of republicanism to another, or just it really all just became more apparent. But this is the point: is that to some degree, Republicans have leaders that respond to them. You listen to the way Republicans talk in Congress, and they talk like they just got off of a 4chan board, because in many cases they did. And we somehow need the same thing. We need Democratic leaders who just got done listening to the Galactic News Network. Or at the very least, the majority report, something like that. Okay. Young Chris, happy Easter Super Chat. Breaking the ice on the goal immediately,
if not sooner.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, now. You'll be shocked to hear this, but we're on the final video of the U.S. news. That's right, 1 hour and 15 minutes in, we got one more video left. Wrap this puppy up with some Zoran Mamdani talk over at the Majority Report.
Talk about what's going on in New York City. And we should be clear, the dynamic in New York now is what happens in New York is not going to stay in New York. And New York, because of Mamdani's win, because of the way he won, because of his agenda to provide good governance and to expand essentially what government does for its citizens, this is going to be the model that is judged as Democrats move forward, for better or for worse. And so his success is very much tied into the willingness or the impetus for Democrats across the country to start leading and governing in this way. And when Mamdani got into office, it was quite clear that there was a massive multi-billion-dollar deficit. Now, cities are not, and cities and states, I should say, are not like the federal government. They cannot print their own money. And so budgets and balancing budgets is hugely important. And Mamdani has a very ambitious program. And of course, if you have a deficit, you are constrained by that. And I think that's what's going on here in many respects. Mamdani wants to tax wealthy people in the city more than they are being taxed now. Not like huge amounts. We're talking a couple of percentage points after, like, you know, $1 million. And also, a lot of money leaves New York City for taxes to the state. And Mamdani wants at least some acknowledgement that that's happening. So there's some reciprocity. Here is Mamdani yesterday, I think it was. The budget fight is taking place now, and various, both on a state level and a municipal level, are coming out with their various politicians coming out with their proposed budget. And here's Mamdani reacting to the New York City Council budget proposal, and he's specifically addressing the proposal put out by the council speaker. Her name is Julie Menon. And, well, let's listen to Mamdani first, and then we could talk a little bit about Julie Menon, at least to the extent that we know, there's some interesting disclosure rules in New York City that may provide shed some light on this dynamic. Here's Mamdani.
Back in January, we explained how the budget process worked. Well, my friends, we're in the middle of it now. Council Speaker Julie Menon just released her budget proposal. Her plan claims to close the city's $5.4 billion fiscal gap without taxing the rich or cutting services. The problem is, that's not what it would do. If her proposal was adopted, it would result in slashing billions of dollars from agency budgets, and working New Yorkers would pay the price. It double counts savings, overestimates revenues, exaggerates savings on interest payments. And in the midst of this historic budget deficit, the Speaker's $6 billion proposal asks Albany for just one thing: more time to reduce class sizes. My position? Tax the rich. Make sure the wealthiest New Yorkers and most profitable corporations pay their fair share. End the drain. For a long time, the state has taken more from the city than the city's received in return. And I'm working with Albany to change that. Without it, our deficit won't disappear. It will repeat year after year, asking future generations to shoulder the burden. We will solve this budget crisis, but I'm not going to let it come at your expense.
So,
not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
he is talking about this Julie Menon introduced budget. And the big issue, of course, is she does not want to tax wealthy people. And
meaning herself.
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
Full disclosure.
But not.
Somewhat disclosure.
Full disclosure.
Pop up this thing. Do you have the
Partial disclosure?
The tear sheet, yeah. So great
Sometimes partial disclosure is better than full disclosure. Knowing everything is perhaps not the best.
Here by the lever, because I don't, and Luke Goldstein, Veronica Riccobene, I don't think this was in her disclosure. I think that's part of the issue, right?
Well, you
Sam?
don't have to, exactly. When you are a New York City elected official, you only disclose what your personal wealth is. There are rules allowing spouses' assets to remain confidential, even though that they are disclosed privately to the city's conflict of interest board. So the conflict of interest board can't really tell us what's in there, but they know so that there isn't a conflict of interest. Now, of course, you could argue, well, it's sort of a conflict of interest if you're super wealthy and you
this is about taxing the rich and
taxing the super wealthy. But be that as it may, the lever reports that Menon listed under $500,000 in assets, which
there it is. Yeah.
We don't know how under it is. 500,000 is quite a bit of assets. I mean, although I guess there's some people who theoretically you could have an apartment that you bought 30 years ago in New York and have more or less paid off your mortgage, and the value of that apartment but that would be more than 500,000, I would imagine, in these days. But be that as it may, however, her family holdings may be worth tens of millions of dollars, including a $22 million Hamptons home.
Whew.
And there's also luxury New York City
That lawn, holy
properties
smokes.
and access to private jets.
Oh my God.
She lives in Luke says, a $7 million condo.
Oh, my private jet money. Oh my God, private jet money. Good God. Was that Versailles? Look at this place. Look at the hedgerows. Look at it. Oh my God. Is this her home? Good Lord. like, seriously, look at these. Look at the manicured hedges. Looks like a French
Her
palace.
spouse is a real estate executive at a firm worth $14 billion, and the firm has 2 private jets. None of this appears in her disclosure. So perhaps it's unfair to say that she would be
They're
impacted.
yours if your LLC owns them, though. Right? Like, if you're a C Corp or something, if it's under that, is it the same? Or different? It's like somebody else owns it. If your company
the
owns
millionaire tax. It's just her husband.
Yeah.
Just her husband.
But $22 million. I honestly am just
I kinda wanna know what the house
obsessed with
looks
the
like.
idea. I want to do it. I don't think I've ever been in a $22 million house.
But she says she doesn't want to do cuts. She just wants to do savings.
Just savings, not cuts.
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that
Yes,
case.
savings. Oh, just savings. Okay. Well, speaking of deficits, I actually have to get the deficit back up here. So I did calculate it. I keep forgetting to put it up for whatever reason. I don't know. Big dummy. However, the galactic deficit is less than last month, and so that's a improvement, I suppose. And technically last month was less than the month before that. So in a way, we're making progress in life. When you think about it. Even though we're running a galactic deficit. We're actually winning. Like never seen before, actually. Alright, I gotta switch it from red. We're not in DEFCON red right now. Situation green. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. One day, perhaps we won't be running a galactic deficit. That would be nice. All right, people. Let's move on to this story. Now, we talked yesterday very briefly about firefighters battling a brush fire in the Moreno Valley, east of LA. This was that video.
We begin with breaking news out of Moreno Valley, where a brush fire is burning off Gilman Springs Road. CAL FIRE Riverside says the Springs fire was reported just before 11 a.m. this morning, and at last report was about 5 to 6 acres and growing in light fuels. Gilman Springs Road is currently shut down from Alessandro Road to Bridge Street.
Right, so that was what we knew at the time, yesterday when we watched it. Small brush fire in the Moreno Valley. Not necessarily a 5-alarm situation. However, in less than 24 hours, it grew from 5 or 6 acres to over 4,000.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here's the AP from yesterday as well. You can see firefighters in planes rushing to try and put out fire. As you can see it growing fast over 5 acres. I mean, from that picture alone, you can tell it's hundreds of acres, if not more at that point, where it's covered the entire hillside here. Yeah. And this was not that long after the video that we watched happened. You can see a fucking tractor trying to create a brush fire line down there.
Now at 11, hundreds evacuated as flames from the Springs fire burned dangerously close to homes in Riverside County. The battle to stop the wind-driven Springs fire from reaching nearby homes is underway tonight in Moreno Valley.
The fire has exploded to more than 4,100 acres and hundreds of people have been forced to evacuate the area. The Springs fire broke out this morning on Gilman Springs Road. It was extremely windy conditions, quickly triggering evacuations. Tonight, more than 100 firefighters working to stop the flames.
We have live team coverage of the fire. Meteorologist Vera Jimenez is standing by in studio, but we begin first with Shelby Nelson. She's live in Moreno Valley tonight, and she's been covering this fire all afternoon. Hi, Shelby.
Hi, Micah and Court. Yeah, we're standing in a Moreno Valley neighborhood that was hit by one of the last evacuation orders. You could see things have calmed down. We did see residents returning earlier tonight, but it is a miracle that no homes were damaged or destroyed, given how powerful those wind gusts were. Now, the good news tonight, it is 25% contained, and I can tell you right now, no wind.
A vast area charred after flames ripped through rural hillsides and flatland of Moreno Valley. The fight was on as more than 100 personnel battled the wind-driven Springs fire in the air and on the ground.
And it was just like scary, just rushing and taking all our stuff and like packing it up.
Sisters Stacy and Sadie Higuera are on spring break. Their home among many under an evacuation order as the fire crept up behind their neighborhood.
First we thought it was like not real. Like we didn't think it was that serious because we've had fires like right in our backyard before and they never made us evacuate.
But it was serious. Their dad dousing the roof in case they did leave. Others using whatever water they had to defend their home.
On one side, you have the homes. Behind those homes is this golf course where residents tell me that they turned on the sprinklers because beyond that is where that fire was burning.
The Springs fire burning more than 4,100 acres by nightfall after it broke out around 11 a.m. on Gilman Springs Road. Sky 5 showing crews standing watch to ensure the blaze wouldn't jump containment lines they carved.
Unfortunately, calm conditions did not persist. An extended wind advisory was issued at some point earlier today. This is NBCLA from 9 hours ago.
And a tough holiday weekend for some living in and around Moreno Valley as the Springs fire continues to burn. This morning, the more than 4,100 acre fire is now 45% contained after igniting about 20 hours ago. Several communities are still under evacuation orders and warnings. NBC4's Annette Areola is live in Moreno Valley this morning. And Annette, how are the winds there right now?
Well, it's been an unpredictable morning. Camilla, good morning to you. Hello, everybody. You know, as we were making our way out to Moreno Valley, we kept seeing those signs, you know, heavy winds coming up ahead, and they really were significant winds. In fact, I know that Enrique's live truck kept swaying back and forth, so you just had to have those two hands on the steering wheel, and then those winds would die down. And as we were exiting the 215 freeway, the 60 freeway, right here in Moreno Valley, there was not even a breeze, and that's really what we're seeing right now. Half an hour ago, during my last live shot, you saw that those gusts were picking up. So it's been an unpredictable morning. It's been an unpredictable fire. But the good news is that containment is now sitting at 45%. Let's go ahead and show you this on your screen here. This is a map showing the area where the Springs fire has burned through and the neighborhoods that have been placed under evacuation orders as well as warnings. Now,
Wow, that's a pretty huge area. It was right next to all of this residential neighborhoods right here. You can see it's basically just in the middle of of multiple neighborhoods. Thankfully, they had this lake here, which has helped them increase containment on the fire, having access to the water right there. But 45% means it's still growing, technically.
Winds picked up, fanning the flames of the Springs Fire, now burning through more than 4,100 acres in Moreno Valley.
It's overwhelming because we can lose everything.
Residents in the neighborhood near Doral Way and Ryder Way are under mandatory evacuation orders as the fire creeps dangerously close to homes.
And yeah, it's been nerve-wracking just because it's been getting closer and closer.
Many deciding to stay, watering down their roofs and lawns, but say they are packed and ready to go.
Still a lot of things I'm going to have to leave behind, and you know, unfortunately, but that's the way it goes sometimes when you come into a situation like this.
The fire started on Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley. It's not clear how it started, but it quickly grew, driven by wind and burning through steep, rugged terrain. Water drops were done almost continuously trying to stop the flames. Crews pulled hose into the backyards of homes to access the hillsides, and hand crews attempted to create a line around the fire. People in this neighborhood say the day has been a roller coaster.
I was stressed out earlier, but now I'm okay.
I feel I'm praying to God for everybody that we can get through this, and I hope I haven't heard of anybody's homes yet have burned down, so I'm praying that doesn't happen to any of us over here.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
Okay, I got like 2 more clips on the wildfire, and then we're gonna shortly after that we'll switch over. Actually, I got a couple of things.
They still coming in. I don't know what happened.
Do you see what I mean? This is like literally right next to these homes. I can't imagine. Cannot imagine living in one of those places.
So they let this one go. There was green trees right there, man. No, this gonna be.
The hills are on fire. And you can't run for the hills. Where do you run? All right. Let's move on. Oh, actually, I'm just noticing that we are an hour and a half exactly into the show. It's the perfect time for us to take a quick galactic intermission. Young Chris, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the great content on this fine Saturday night. You're quite welcome. Thank you for the super chat. Getting us to 2 of 5 on the galactic content goal. Just a reminder, everybody, since we now have calculated the galactic deficit, you can help finance that, as well as the galactic content goal on places like Cash App, PayPal, or by becoming a member on Patreon. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without your support, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to help. Things like YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Or for $3 a month, you can get things like a shout-out at the end of every stream, avatar on one of the break screens like you see here, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So, you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are back. We are back. Second half about to begin. Hope that break was enough of an intermission for all of you, because we still got a hell of a lot to get into here tonight. A couple more videos on the environment we're gonna do here, including one last video on the wildfire, which is still burning as of 2 hours ago, according to KTLA5, which apparently still poses a severe danger.
On Friday.
And we have no sound.
Firefighters are now making good progress in containing the first big wildfires in Riverside and Los Angeles counties this spring.
Yeah, that's despite some strong winds that have threatened to push that fire into crowded communities, especially the Springs fire, which is now about 75% contained. Rachel Menitoff is tracking conditions for us. She joins us live from Sunland tonight. Rachel?
Rick, Karine, good evening. We're not at peak Santa Ana winds right now, but they're certainly strong enough to fuel a grass or a brush fire. LA County says it's watching the fire activity in Riverside and in the northern part of the county, and it's using this to inform the precautions that it's taking here. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour fueled a quick-moving blaze known as the Springs Fire. It moved through neighborhoods east of Moreno Valley Friday into Saturday. Thanks to more favorable conditions and calmer winds, firefighters seem to be gaining the upper hand with much of the fire contained and no loss of property. With strong, dry Santa Ana winds blanketing much of Southern California, LA County Fire has more strike teams, engines, hand crews, and helicopters dedicated solely to wildfire response.
There we go. All the resources being mobilized right now as wind and fire danger continues in the area. Now, let's go here to Democracy Now! And talk about the environmental fallout from all of the fucking war that is going on the planet right now.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. More than a month into the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, concerns are mounting over the long-term consequences of the war on human health, land and marine ecosystems and aquifers, as well as war's impact on global warming. Among many concerning incidents, Israel bombed oil facilities around Tehran in the first weeks of the war, causing fires to burn for hours, spawning a thick cloud of toxic smoke over the city of 10 million people. Many residents complained they had trouble breathing as black raindrops full of toxic chemicals fell across the capital. On Monday, President Trump threatened to blow up desalination plants in Iran. He wrote on Truth Social, quote, "If the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we'll conclude our lovely stay in Iran
Immediately, if
by
not
blowing
sooner.
up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Kharg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, exclamation point, which we have purposefully not yet touched," Trump said. In the Gulf, desalination is the primary source of potable water, and hundreds of desalination plants could be at risk of if the conflict escalates. To talk more about this and more, we're joined by the Iranian environmental scientist Kaveh Madani. He's director of the United Nations University Institute for Water, Environment and Health. Last month, he was awarded the 2026 Stockholm Water Prize for his pioneering work on the concept of water bankruptcy. Previously, he served as the deputy head of Iran's Department of Environment, but went into exile after his work on water scarcity brought accusations of sabotage. He says war is the worst nightmare for someone fighting for the environment. He's joining us now from Toronto. Why don't we start there? Why is war the worst for someone who is hoping to save the environment?
We know that even in peace times, many governments struggle to pay attention and take serious action about the environment. So if there is a war, the chance of getting the attention of governments and societies would be much more limited. The society, the people who are fighting for their survival and they're trying to stay alive would not think about the future generations and don't have even the bandwidth to think about the environment, clean air, sustainable water, and so on. So this is just only the attention span and the priority, the fact that the environment would get out of the priority list. But on top of that, just think about the long-term consequences of wars, all the chemical leftovers, all the debris, the greenhouse gases resulting from the war, explosions and everything. So war is going to push us backward. And that's why anyone who cares about the environment should also care about peace.
Anyway, congratulations on this major prize you just won, Kaveh Madani, the Stockholm Prize for Water, considered the Nobel Prize for Water. Can you respond to Trump threatening to blow up more civilian infrastructure, including Iran's desalination?
Very wet in terms of water. Very wet, a lot of wetness going on.
Desalinization plants, what exactly that would mean?
First, I should say I'm not going to share my award
from the
with him.
Very wet from the standpoint of water. I want that award. Number one water.
You know, I think that's really scary. I mean, from multiple standpoints. But you know, let's break things down. First thing is that we know the war started with the violation of international law. But even if the enemies of the Islamic Republic consider that justified, wars have rules, and there are rules to follow even during the wars. Attacking civilian infrastructure is a violation of international humanitarian law.
Illegal.
And that can be a war crime. So threatening to put essentially to compromise the situation and endanger the civilians who have no agency in this war, the civilians that the attackers on the Islamic Republic claim that they want to rescue. Is contradictory. So it's not serving anyone. If there would be a regime change, if they want to bring liberty to Iran, and Iran without water resources or energy resources would not be in a better place. So that's very confusing even for those who are they're strong supporters of this war on the.
Yep, severe environmental costs from all of these wars happening right now. Every time a bomb is dropped, missiles launched, there's an environmental impact. Carbon emissions. Don't even get me started about all the blown up oil tankers and oil refineries and things like that. And of course, just putting all of those boats in the Red Sea right now, having them operating, is in fact, I mean, I don't know exactly how much oil they're using, but it's a lot. It's a lot to keep those boats on 24 hours a day. Pretty sure they power all the generators, keeping all the electricity on the boats as well. So they really do. They can't just leave them off. Now, in Afghanistan, there was a rather sizable earthquake. Actually, I think it hit both Afghanistan and Pakistan. Last night around 9:30, there was suddenly an earthquake, and it was also raining. My daughter suddenly shouted that a wall had collapsed on the neighbors. All of our family members rushed out to try and save them. It was a very painful scene. For about 3 minutes, I could hear their voices from underneath the rubble. But since we were few, we failed to rescue them. Well, there you go. A earthquake that hit both Afghanistan and Pakistan, leading to the deaths of some unknown number of people. It would seem they are still being dug out of the rubble right now as we speak. That was a fairly recent occurrence. AP posted that video 12 hours ago. Now to space. Talk about the astronauts. They find themselves hurtling towards the moon right now. A little over halfway there, apparently. France 24 English, get us started off.
From over 200,000 kilometers away, the crew of Artemis 2 shared their experiences of the mission so far. It is Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen's first trip into space, and one he is certain not to forget.
Gosh, in our first day in space, we just saw some extraordinary things. The Earth up close, and then by the time we had a bit of a nap and got up, the Earth was just so far away again. So to take all of that in was really phenomenal.
On Friday, the crew was able to share this spectacular view of the Earth. These images were taken by the mission's commander, Reed Wiseman, shortly after the crew completed its translunar injection burn, a 5-minute and 50-second engine burn that propelled the spacecraft out of Earth's orbit. Now, over halfway through its journey to the moon, the crew has its eyes and cameras firmly set on it.
We took some pictures earlier today, and then after putting them on the computer to look closer, we found a feature. You know, the Grand Canyon of the moon is called Oriental Basin, and we were able to see the entire thing. And so it's clear that we are not on Earth because that feature is not all visible from Earth. And so it's already special, the view that we have. And yes, the Earth is quite small and the moon is definitely getting bigger.
For the crew, the excitement is far from over. In a stroke of luck, the astronauts will be able to witness a solar eclipse during the spacecraft circuit of the moon before its scheduled return to Earth on the 10th of April.
Right, keep going through these.
Hello World, the name NASA's given to the very first HD photo taken from their new mission to the moon. West Africa, upside down on the left, the vast blue of the Atlantic, green aurora at both poles. Science, art, or something else?
As of 30 seconds ago, you are now closer to the moon than you are to us on Earth.
WSNT_me just shared 1,000 bits.
God damn, wasn't me. 1,000 bits. Incredibly generous. And young Chris with a super chat over on YouTube. GalacticStreamLord for President 2028. Probably not, but there's a thought. Much appreciated, young Chris. Was it me? I think it was you that just donated incredible number of bits over on Twitch, which is going to lead us to one of these. Well, there we go, Space Fams. Another galactic content goal completed. All thanks to Space Fams like you. That's right, without your donations, this stream might have ended suddenly, but thankfully, that won't be happening. All right, ending the goals on Twitch and YouTube, although I guess we're so close to getting actual YouTube confetti. Do people want me to leave the goal up with 2 chats left? And 2 hours? We could get chat confetti, like a double confetti party. It's up to the Space Fams. It's up to you. Anyway, so, just know that we are completely good. Galactic content goal over. Okay. Confetti off. Stream back on. Leave it up. Okay, I will leave it up.
A human on Mars, but first it needs a base on the moon. Artemis 2 is looking for the best place to put it.
We can see the moon out of the docking hatch right now. It is a beautiful sight. We're seeing more and more of the far side, and it's just a thrill to be here.
NASA isn't the only space agency sniffing out lunar real estate. National rivalries here on Earth being played out in space, too. China beating the USA to the so-called dark side of the moon back in 2019, even coming back with rock samples. But it's over 50 years since a human moon mission, when anyone last left footprints in the lunar dust. Images which speak to something deeper than politics.
Part of what we're doing is the technical aspects and what we are learning from taking ourselves around the moon. The other part, obviously, is what you talked about, which is capturing the imagination of people.
Like Hollywood actor Ryan Gosling, who recently returned from Infinity and Beyond with his new film, Project Hail Mary.
Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis 2 crew.
I would just say to Ryan, it's art imitates science and vice versa. Somebody who goes out there and just gets what was done to save humanity, it's a pretty extraordinary example that we can all follow.
But here's the rub. Can either art or science save humanity in the real world? One of the most famous photos of all time, Earth.
Yeah, unfortunately, Artemis is probably not gonna save humanity, but it is, a fascinating and groundbreaking space project humanity has set itself on Even Twitch says that we should leave up the YouTube goal. Okay. Lying in bed with Harold and Kumar. Your cats. Okay, I was gonna say. You got I can't think of their names right now. Oh god. What are the actors' names? Why can't I think of it? Young Chris, a new but very generous chatter. Money well spent. Another YouTube super chat. Getting us to 4 of 5. Might get more confetti very quickly. Let's see some of the photos shared by the Artemis 2 crew. So bright. So very bright when you're this close. Well, a lot of great shots taken by the Artemis 2 crew. Wonder what kind of camera they're using. Okay. Now, while the Artemis crew is working on going all the way around the moon, Donald Trump is working on cutting the NASA budget. All the unimportant stuff. Like the science. Oh shit. Young Chris with another YouTube super chat. Confetti time.
And as humans return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, the White House is looking to cut resources to NASA.
Confetti time. More confetti. This is the most confetti we've ever had in a 10-minute period. Whoa, what's happening? Double confetti time. All thanks to space fams like you. Mostly young Chris. At least as regard this confetti party. Incredible generosity from all of you space fams. Getting us a little extra confetti here. Chat confetti. Real confetti. Pretty crazy, if you ask me. But I do truly appreciate it. Helping to keep the Galactic News Network alive. We're on we're making great theoretical progress right now. Gotta say, on the future galactic deficit. Wait a second. How do I turn off the confetti over here? There we go. All right. But in theory, I mean, we are doing pretty good so far this month. All right. To CBC, talk about the NASA budget.
And as humans return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, the White House is looking to cut resources to NASA. That proposed reduction is part of a defense budget blueprint that President Donald Trump wants to increase substantially next year. So for more on this, let's turn now to the CBC's Megan Fitzpatrick in Washington. Megan, what more can you tell us about Trump's budget request for NASA?
Well, in these documents that have now been posted today by the White House with Trump's various proposals for the budget, those proposals will be sent to Congress. He is suggesting $18.8 billion dedicated to NASA, which would be a reduction of about $5.6 billion compared to the 2026 budget. The majority of that cut, about $3.4 billion, he suggests would come from various programs that he thinks are wasteful. One of those programs, for example, has NASA partnering with other organizations to use satellite data for less developed countries to use when planning climate change programs, for example, or to address other environmental threats. He's proposing cutting some programs within the STEM engagement division of NASA. Under that division, there are some grant programs, for example, that go to historically Black colleges. Trump is calling these kinds of programs woke. He wants to see those cut. What he does want to spend money on within NASA is $8.5 billion for the Artemis program, which the document.
So, yeah, Donald Trump is trying to turn NASA into a quasi-military outfit, from what I can tell. Like, he just wants to get rid of all of the science. Boots on the ground. We need more money for Artemis so that we can occupy the moon. Like, that's literally what he wants. Not for science, but for territory. Like, it's Greenland. It's Greenland, but in space. That is what is happening here. It is Greenland in fucking space. Boots on the ground, on the moon. Not for science, but for America. Fuck yeah! The pilot was rescued via BBC, Al Jazeera, and Benny Johnson. I love how you say Benny Johnson in the same sentence as BBC and Al Jazeera, as if they're similarly respected. As if they're similarly respected outfits. You know, all the journalistic outlets, like Benny Johnson.
Give me a joke.
Well, however, you do seem to be right about one thing. The airman, the second airman does seem to have been rescued, according to the latest. While we were talking about other stuff, the rest of the stream went out the window. Well, that could be a problem. That could pose a problem for us right now, content-wise. But that is good for the pilot. All right, let's go to Panama. Get this started. I'm going to have to make some edits on what we talk about here because, of course, I was planning to talk a great deal about the, at the time when I started this stream, still missing U.S. airmen. Okay. Well, we still have some things we can talk about here. But we are gonna have to shift focus a little bit. Yes, Panama, where for the first time in 50 years, a U.S. naval aircraft carrier was seen in their territorial waters. They finally got something right. You know, Cap, you're the most, what's the word? The most bearable troll that we've had in 2 years. I find you very annoying most of the time and very wrong. That's just not me, but just facts. But at least, you know, at least you're fun. Yes, finally Cap for Life was right about something. It took weeks, but here we are.
Anche se tu fossi più bello.
Okay, let's go to Europe, where Pope Leo carried the cross at the Colosseum on the night of Good Friday. Could be seen here.
Anche se tu fossi più bello e più ricco di tutti, e se tu operassi cose mirabili, come scacciare i demoni, tutte queste cose ti sono di ostacolo.
Avere altra gloria, se non nella tua croce. Preghiamo dicendo, croce, liberaci, Signore.
Pater nostro, adveniat regnum tuum, fiat voluntas tua, debitoribus nostris.
Well, there you go. Pope Leo walking around the Colosseum in what I assume to be some sort of tradition. I mean, I guess the Catholic Church has been around for quite some time. The Colosseum's been there for quite some time, too. Actually, I'm pretty sure, yeah, predates Catholic Church by a great deal. Still, though, two things have been around a hell of a long time. All right, now, before we get talking about Iran, we should... Jeez, this is all throwing me off. The fact that they found that guy already. You know, I mean, that's the news, though. That's the news. That's how this goes. We're just here to cover things that are happening. Sometimes they happen right under our noses. Okay, let's go to talking about NATO. France 24 in English, 9 hours ago. Apparently, today or yesterday, depending on where you are, was the anniversary of NATO. Or, I guess it's, I don't know. Hold on, let me look this up. Might as well look this up. NATO anniversary. Take 2 seconds. April 4th. Yep, yesterday, Saturday. On Saturday, it was the anniversary of NATO. However, that anniversary was overshadowed by the threats of Donald Trump to pull out of the alliance.
It was this day, April the 4th, 1949, NATO was founded, and at the time its very existence is, well, this time right now, being questioned by the most powerful member. And it is worth returning to where it started nearly 9 decades ago, the signing ceremony for the original 12 members, and the founding speech given by President Harry Truman.
For us, war is not inevitable. We do not believe that there are blind tides of history which sweep men one way or another. In our own time, we've seen brave men overcome obstacles that seemed insurmountable and forces that seemed overwhelming. Men with courage and vision can still determine their own destiny.
Well, there has been, in recent weeks, a lot of rhetoric from the US administration appearing angry, frustrated by what the White House perceives as being let down by NATO members for not rushing to the support of the US against Iran, despite being asked to provide ships and support after the operation started. This was Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, a normally less hawkish member of the administration, talking to Fox News in the past few days.
If now we have reached a point where the NATO...
I don't know where you're getting your news from, Cap for Life. I assume Benny Johnson or 4chan or something like that. But I've seen zero information to the effect of what you're talking about now. You're back to saying untrue things, I'm pretty sure. C'est la vie, broken clock, right? Twice a day, technically. But I see no evidence that the IRGC has abandoned the country somehow. Nothing of that coming up.
alliance means that we can't use those bases, that in fact, that we can no longer use those bases to defend America's interests, then NATO is a one-way street. Then NATO is simply about us having troops in Europe to defend Europe, but when we need their help, not their help, we're not asking them to conduct airstrikes. When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no. Then why are we in NATO? You have to ask that question. Why do we have billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, over the years, trillions of dollars, and all these American forces stationed in the region. If we can only use, in our time.
Now, these numbers are completely laughable.
Don't worry about
Whether
it, little
Marco
Margot.
says
Gentlemen,
it,
I did
or whether
everything
Donald
right
Trump
and they
says it.
indicted me.
They're completely laughable numbers. The United States has not given NATO trillions of dollars. It's just false. Like, it's false by basically any metric. The only way to even get close to any of these numbers that they claim are to, like, combine, like, all of the United States' like foreign defense spending on its military bases. That, let's not remember, like, when we talk about foreign military bases, they're not like favors, you know? Like, when we invaded and occupied Japan and then built military infrastructures all over the country, told them they couldn't build their own military, that wasn't a favor. That was because World War II, right? And our decision to enact hegemony, you know, we were like, we're already here, might as well implant ourselves here for the next 80 freaking years, right? Like, Iraq didn't ask for a military base. We built it. We built it regardless of what they wanted, right? Like, we built all these bases because it creates a network of U.S. military hegemony across the planet, right? So that we can act on, like, any given scenario. Because for a very long time, we've seen that as being in our best interest. Whether or not it is another conversation. But the claim that we've spent trillions of dollars on NATO is fucking stupid. It's a real stupid one. Because it's just not true. It's just false. Like, NATO, like, we like, maybe like $50 million a year or something like that. Million, not billion, million.
We're not going to be allowed to use those bases.
Let's cross to Washington, D.C. Let's bring in Kurt Volker, seasoned U.S. diplomat, former U.S. ambassador to NATO under the Bush administration, 2008 to 2009, and the U.S. special envoy to Ukraine from 2017 to 2019 under the Trump administration, and the co-founder, too, of the American University Kyiv. Great to talk to you tonight, Kurt. Rhetoric versus reality, an insider for many decades, and a knowledge of how President Trump operates. To what extent, when we hear about paper tiger, cowardly members, threats to quit the alliance, how serious should European leaders take this moment?
Well, I think you have to take it seriously because President Trump is the president and he is very frustrated with Europe, and so he may try to act on that in some way. That doesn't mean that he's justified in doing so or that the arguments that he's making make any sense, but the reality is there. I also think that European leaders should be thinking carefully about how to deal with President Trump. Simply to respond in kind, to be angry and emotional, and to reject things, that's going to bring out the worst in Trump as well. And it just...
I fucking love this take. Like, you wouldn't want to upset the little baby. You wouldn't want to upset the little baby. Little emotional baby Donald Trump by rightfully responding like to what he says. I love that take from this guy. I love that take. I mean, to be fair, I mean, he is reading the room accurately. Donald Trump is a little baby. He is You're a little baby after all. And when you lash out at him, he lashes back. Even if that's a stupid, nonsensical foreign policy, that is who Donald Trump is. He is an angry child. He is an angry, vengeful, little spoiled brat on a playground. Whose daddy and mommy has been giving him absolutely everything he fucking wants at every goddamn turn. He cries, oh my God. They rush to his side. A dozen nannies. You know, I mean, that's literally who Donald Trump was, right? Like, that's who Donald Trump grew up as, and he's now an 80-year-old man in charge of the country. He's a little spoiled brat who will lash out if he doesn't get his way. Because that is the world as it's been presented to him. Since he was a boy. You have a U.S. airbase just down the road from you in England. Checks out. I mean, the United States has more military bases than any other country on the planet, times like 100. All right, not quite, but you get what I'm saying. It's a lot. Most people don't have... The fact is most countries don't have foreign military bases. It's only superpowers. Superpowers or former superpowers. Like England. Alright, speaking of the United Kingdom, let's go to Navarra Media from 3 days ago. Get this discussion going. Oh, wait, I just skipped ahead. Actually, wait, this is... No, this is fine. This is fine here. Wait, didn't I have... Could have sworn that I had a video I wanted to put next to this, but I don't see it. That's very annoying to me. Whatever. Alright, yes, Navarra Media. Let's talk about the Royals. Yeah, I could have... Oh, this is killing me. I could have sworn I had another fucking video. Did I take this out accidentally, or... Where did I put it? Oh, that's why. Right. Right. Yeah, I couldn't remember why. Or the... Yes. Yes. Okay, we're going to start with Navarra Media. Iran and the Royals.
The Iranian diaspora are, it's fair to say, pretty unique. Like any community, they aren't a homogenous mass, of course, and there's a wide range of views. But it's also true that Iranians overseas, particularly in the US, Canada, and Britain, are very vocal not only in their criticism of the Islamic Republic, which is of course their right, but in arguing for a return of the monarchy and Reza Pahlavi. They don't just support a change in the government or various policies through things like strikes and protests, but somewhat unusually, through foreign intervention, war, and even terrorism. Personally, as someone who's half Iranian, I can't really understand that, but my views are just that, mine. There are, however, moments where the reality of the position of many monarchists looks outlandish and, dare I say, bewildering. One such example came to light yesterday. It featured a musician, purportedly of Iranian descent, whose name is Armin Aban. Here he is thanking what appeared to be teenage women for Israel's bombing of Iran.
I want to say thank you to you, Israeli people.
Yay. Is that good or not? I'm confused. Thank you, Israelis, no?
Yes. Are you not from Israel?
I am.
Then you don't know if it's good or bad.
Go Israel. But you're saying that you're thanking us for bombing them, or you're thanking them for bombing us?
Thanking you for saving the people of Iran.
Of course, but we did not save them. We're killing them, bro.
I am Iranian and I'm thanking you.
Really?
Yes.
What he's saying is, thank you for saving them.
Okay. Is it just me, or does this girl look like Kai? Not Sanat. Trump. Am I wrong? Like, is this girl not the Israeli Kai Trump? Right? Right? Am I wrong on this? Is this not Kai? Is this Kai doing an Israeli accent? What's going on? Are they not the same person? Are those not the same people?
Yes.
What he's saying is, thank you for saving them. Not killing, saving.
Second of all, your country is bombing the government of Iran, not Iranian people.
Oh.
So
Yes.
it's a rescue mission.
Careful not to kill their freaking citizens.
You are trying to not to kill our citizens, but sometimes it happens.
We're killing them, bro. It's crazy, right? When you're talking to teenage girls, teenage young women.
Sometimes. I love how this guy is eating the propaganda so hard. He's like accepting all the premises of Israel's blatant war crimes that it's been conducting across the Middle East for the last 2.5 years, technically longer. But it's just incredible. It's like, you're just trying to save us. Sometimes we die, and that's okay. It's like, no, we don't give a shit. You're no different than the IRGC. I hope you die too. That's basically what this disturbed young
this woman is
saying.
dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
And they're like, this guy's crazy, he makes no sense. You're trying not to kill our citizens, but sometimes it happens. Easy for that guy to say while he's living in God knows where, London, LA, Hamburg, Stockholm.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a Palestinian saying, like, you know, oh, thank you for taking out Hamas. I mean, I think most Israelis would say, you're no different than Hamas. All Palestinians are Hamas, right? It's the same. It's the same situation. They view all their Arab neighbors as the enemy, regardless of what their actual affiliations are. It's pretty disturbing. What do you think about it?
Killing them, bro. The fact that guy would just sit there and take that and smile, I think reflects a deeply internalized racism and self-hatred among some Iranians. Indeed, the extent to which Iranians overseas deny the reality of the situation extends to them even accusing their own compatriots who are being bombed in their homes, some of which, by the way, aren't particularly big fans of the government, of being crisis actors. It's not just Omar Jalili going full Alex Jones. Here's Faiza Alevi, reputedly an Iranian presently living in South Korea. Bollywood in Iran, and it's so progressive. The actresses can play without hijab for the Islamic Republic. To be clear, 2,000 people have died in Iran. There's no need to make stuff up. People are dying. On this particular instance, these are 3 different women. Ironically, it's an Iranian woman wearing hijab, arguing that all Iranians look the same. And she's saying the Islamic Republic is so repressive because they're not wearing hijab. I don't understand anymore. If you don't believe they are 3 different women, have a look at this. Here's women number 1 and 2. Okay? I mean, I understand that she's covered in dust on the right, so it might be hard. Okay, fine. Now, these don't really look like the same person, but if you want to just confirm that they aren't, then look at this. That's another picture of the second woman, clearly. Not the first, she's had the dust wiped down and whatnot. Then there's this lady. That's also a different person. So sure, it's 3 middle-aged women with medium to long black hair. Guess what? You're in Tehran, a city of 12 million people. There's lots of brown people with dark hair. Can't likely to happen. That video was particularly crazy, right? I mean, you have literal teenage girls saying, "What? This makes no sense. Why are you cheering on your own compatriots being killed in their homes while they sleep? What the hell?"
Right. I'll come back to something I said a couple of months ago in the context of Venezuela, the people who are cheering on the bombing of Venezuela. We think of the Iranian people, the Israeli people, any other people as part of a nation when we frame it in that way. But the people that I see, and that indeed in some cases I've debated on TV, that are part of the Iranian diaspora and are stationed in California or Connecticut, they don't seem to me to be very patriotic. They don't seem to me to be particularly closely bonded to their kin in Iran being bombed. And I detect that they are very ashamed. They're part of the Pahlavi movement. Pahlavi, as you'll know, Aaron, very well, in more detail than I do, the whole Pahlavi modernization was actually one that was rather ashamed of a lot of Iranian traditions. That was very much, I mean, he spent a lot of time in Switzerland, on the ski slopes. He spent a lot of time in Paris. He was very interested in, you know, Europeanization of Iran in a way. And that's partly what produced the backlash, right, in Iran, partly. And I see that these kinds of people who left in 79 or their parents left in 79 and are stationed in places like Connecticut and California are cut from that cloth. They're embarrassed by the reality of Iran as they see it. They're embarrassed by their fellow country people actually in the country. And they see themselves as part of a transnational class, probably connected with Europeans, probably connected more closely to North Americans than they do to their fellow Iranian compatriots. And actually, briefly, you know, it's also, there's something to be said about how Israeli white supremacism seems to be infecting all of the people that enter its orbit. Now, it's very possible that Iranians are these kinds of Iranians, based on what you've told me and I've read and seen, they're more susceptible to that kind of white supremacy, like you said, internalized racism. We talk about Judeo-supremacy or Jewish supremacy when it comes to Israel, rightly, because that is a thing. But one thing that concerns me about that is that it does obscure the white supremacy that's hidden within that category. It's not actually, the state of Israel was founded on Jewish supremacy, sure, but actually white Jewish supremacy. You know, two brief examples. Zeev Jabotinsky, hugely influential for the revisionist movement that you mentioned a moment ago, reformist rather, and his whole thing was, we're European. Yes, we're Jewish, but we're European Jews. Ben-Gurion, he's come up twice now tonight, first Prime Minister of Israel. He was very disappointed by his words, the material caliber of the Jews that were coming to Israel in 1948, 1949 to create a Jewish majority in the state. They needed them to create a Jewish majority, but he was saying, we are Ashkenazi Jews, we are white European Jews, and it is our degree of civilization that marks us out, not just from the Arabs, but from these poor, his words, poor benighted creatures coming from the Arab world, coming from North Africa.
Yeah, and is that racist, white supremacist ideology that still carries on to today in Israel? And that's why you have young women like this saying in the things that she's saying, because she's not alone, right? I mean, she's literally got a friend next to her saying the exact same shit, right? These women are an example, the epitome of what Israeli society has become. And this government intends to try and complete the project throughout the Middle East and effectively disarm all of its Arab neighbors and enact basically a supreme rule over the entire Gulf and the rest of the Middle East. I find it interesting that Aaron doesn't bring up the fact that he is Iranian. This guy. Honestly, I appreciate that he doesn't just the whole time go like as an Iranian. Because that's one thing that I've to some degree been objecting to with all the Iranian expats that we've been hearing from across the planet. Right? Because all of the people who aren't in Iran aren't in Iran. And in the same way that you wouldn't accept, although it kind of does it, the United States, somebody in the United States dictating policy in the United Kingdom, for instance, or say in the Netherlands or in Germany, right? Or in France, any sort of European settlers that came across, you don't get to say, oh, as a French expat, Like, as somebody who long ago left Europe, I still should have a say on what happens in the country. I just find it annoying, sort of identity politics. There's plenty of criticisms to be made about Iran, undoubtedly, but I just find it frustrating that people want to give more credence to the people outside of Iran and what they have to say than those inside it. Now, speaking of Iranian expats, although technically, you know, Aaron's not an expat. He was born in England. But I think this next guy that we're about to talk about was, in fact, born in Iran. Came to the United States as a child. I am talking about the one, the only Patrick Bet David.
Paul Bet Davidson?
Yeah, and things are getting weird. Things have been getting really weird over at the PBD podcast lately. And our number one PBD podcast watcher, of course.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, where are you going?
What are you doing? How you doing?
What's going on with you? How you doing? Oh, it's Friday.
Friday, the day of...
Friday, the day in which we say,
God bless you. Oh man.
Oh man, what better way to spend a Friday than taking a look at my favorite guy? The master of business, being weird, and giving his co-host a hard time. That's right.
The great.
The great. Paul Bet Davidson, also known as
Hassan Parker. Adam.
Yeah?
You were on the Dave Smith. You and Dave Smith did a debate together.
Oh, they did? Oh, no way. I bet it's amazing.
On Piers Morgan. I think that's the first time you were ever on. Why? Obviously, the market has...
Okay, Adam, let me ask you something. I'll give you $5 if you can answer this one question, which is...
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump?
Hold on. This is kind of funny that you can see the replay of the live chats. Let's check those out. Okay, one guy just says scam. That should be pretty much all the chat. F the poll.
Illegal.
Okay, so they're doing some kind of a poll. Talk about how much of an idiot. Hey, talk about how much of a pendejo Adam is. Hey, give that dumb guy a break. Adam sucks. What? You can just say that? That's illegal. I like this. PBD sells these shoes. Could you imagine wearing PBD shoes? That's amazing. I think I'm gonna get some.
Oh my god! I was literally watching this myself, but I couldn't bring myself to actually watch this. But I noticed this ad on the bottom of their video the other day. I was like, who in their right mind is spending $600 on these fucking ugly ass shoes? Also, I love how they're white soles with letters across it that says the future looks bright. So the longer you walk on those shoes, the less bright the future will look. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, the more you walk in the shoes, the more that the white soles will be obscured and become dirtier, right? Assuming that you actually walk places with your feet. And essentially, you won't even, at some point, you won't even know that the future looks bright. Also, you have to look at your soles to know that the future looks bright. It's just who designed these fucking shoes?
They're $600. This guy just says, I don't want to buy shoes. Well, you have to. You're legally required to. Or you get one of these.
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump?
Adam. Oh, Adam's a clown. Adam sucks. Hey, come on, man. Hey.
That's a human man.
I don't like the human man. Because a lot of times from the audience, you have to know how this works.
No, I don't.
The audience sits there and watches and says, I know for a fact Pat prepped him and the team prepped him and this and this and that. And
got nothing to do with
happens. I want you to share with us.
Right.
The
I
audience
never met this guy. Whoa. Oh my God, Patty, you are out here like...
Oh my God.
You are absolutely out here like...
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump? Oh my God.
Please let me talk. Can I finish? I like that right off the bat. He's like, I had never even met this guy. This guy, Adam, who I have on my show like every day, I never even seen him before. Oh, everybody's making fun of him because he made a fool of himself in front of 1 million people. I never even seen him. I never even met him, and frankly...
I don't like the human man.
I wanted to make some waves. That was my methodology. I could be right, I could be wrong. I don't care.
Okay, so
the problem is
you
this.
said you don't care?
No, meaning like I don't care what the market thinks of me.
You're in trouble, man.
I know what I believe.
You're in trouble, Adam. You're acting like...
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump?
Oh, you don't care. Oh, you don't care anymore. This is like if they had a camera, like a live feed from the principal's office or something. Oh, you don't care.
Oh, you're just a guy, cool guy who doesn't care, huh?
Oh, you think you're a tough guy, huh? Yeah, man, I think this has gone a little too far.
I actually think this has gone a little too far, man.
You know, I really like watching some of these channels like Too Lazy to Try and all this stuff. I open YouTube and it's just like 4 videos. It's just like 4 videos, you know, 20 minutes or whatever, just making fun of this guy today. Just like, this guy sucks. He's PBD's berating his butt.
Well, actually, Adam just made a fool out of himself. You know, Dave really didn't have to do much.
This is just like a universally disliked man in front of the world. Oh, what the hell is the guy's name? Adam Sauce-Nick. Adam Sauce Dips.
Just say no to Islamic nationalism, says Jeremistic over on the vertical chat. You know what? I don't even have to be that specific. Me personally, I'm against all forms of theocracy. Islamic nationalism, Jewish nationalism, Christian nationalism, they're all bad. They're all bad. All these people just want to repress us.
Adam Sauce Dips.
That's my man, Adam Sauce Dip.
That's my man, Adam.
Toilets.
Okay, so this is the video that this guy, Adam Sauce Dips, got in trouble for. That he's getting dressed down in front of an other hundreds of thousands of people audience. It's Piers Morgan, has 1.2 million views in 9 days. This is the one where he's like holding up his phone to the camera for some reason. He's got that
why
phone
is
up,
Adam...
like, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I was about to ask, why is Adam holding his phone? It seems weird.
He's got that phone up acting like...
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump?
And here's the comments. Adam doesn't even know what he's trying to say. Ha 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 ha. Hey!
Get laugh in his face. Get laugh in that guy's face.
You can't poop on that guy like that. My condolences to the PBD team on this tragic incident. Hey!
Paul Davidson?
Hey, if you want to give condolences, you're going to have to pay $48,000 for a Manect with...
Paul Davidson?
Can I find one comment on this 1.2 million in 9 days video that's not about this? So embarrassing for Adam. Good Lord.
Good Lord.
So embarrassing for Adam Sauce Dips.
God bless you.
Okay, so this is important stuff, man. We need to take a look at it. We need to take a message from this and learn and grow from this. From these absolute bones. From these absolute...
Toilets.
So PBD is going to further publicly humiliate this hapless doofus. This takes the weirdest turn. Adam is bonked on the head, but PBD is thoroughly, like an entire garbage dumpster hit him in the head or something. Watch where this goes.
Right? So the question you got to ask yourself is,
no, I don't.
From my perspective, there is issues,
keep it to yourself.
There is approach, there is what's next for you. When I look at everybody in a marketplace, including myself, everybody in a marketplace, including myself, I leave and I say, okay, how am I recreating myself for this next phase?
Right. What does that mean?
What areas do I have where it's a leak from me? What habits do I have?
I fucking love this. How am I recreating myself for the next phase? What? What in the shit? Even PBD doesn't look like he knows what he's saying. Look at his face. He looks like he's making this up literally right now. Like, look, he's a man. He's riffing. He's just riffing over here. Oh my god. I'm recreating myself for the next phase. That's what I'm always thinking about that. Are you PBD? Really? What does that mean? You're literally the same guy. What I love about this is PBD is literally the same guy every single day. Like nothing changes about him. He wears the same. Like he looks like this. You know, like what is he talking about? Everything. Oh, always gotta find the next phase. Okay, Minect. Minect
So,
me,
look,
PBD.
Adam, when I see something like this, I ask myself,
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump?
okay, so on and on, he's going into his, spam call coaching mode. You gotta ask yourself, what do you want to do? Where do you want to be? Where am I going the next? Here's where it takes a weird turn.
Need to pay attention to. When we started building an insurance company, yesterday I had Lee Strobel on. We had a great conversation together.
Who?
One of the guys I would study a lot was Billy Graham. And Billy Graham and his friends in 1948, they came out with something called the Modesto Manifesto.
What's that?
And at that time, there was a lot of pastors that were getting caught up with young girls. And they came up with this thing saying, hey, what are our threats? And they came out with the threats that they had. It was 4 things. One of the ones was pastors hooking up with members. I said, okay, how do we want to build this company? It's very hard. But
Yeah.
so you gotta think about ways to improve.
Wait, so this whole philosophy, of PBDs is based around a conversation he had with televangelist Billy Graham about how they were having a hard time. They were having a hard time with all the pedophiles, and they had to reinvent themselves. And so he's like, "Oh, that's perfect. Yes, always got to be reinventing yourselves. That makes perfect sense." So his entire like, oh wow, what? I mean, he has had some fairly large scandals, I suppose, but that's quite a way to live. Always got to live like you're trying to cover up for all of those nasty PDFs amongst you.
I'm asking you.
That's a long way to say that's a real long and frankly odd and just downright weird.
Is this PBD saying that he thinks that Adam is a PDF? And that they need to find a way to solve, or that him losing the debate. I get it now. I get it. It's like an analogy. He's saying that him losing the debate, Adam losing the debate to Dave, is like Christian evangelicals and others having to. They need to find a way to cover up Adam's debate with Dave in the same way that Christians have had to cover up all of the pedophilia scandals. Makes perfect sense.
Way of saying you got to look for ways to improve. Oh my God, PBD is absolutely Margot Robbieing this one.
You think Margot Robbie takes it? Yes, I do.
What an absolutely motivational speech right there. Hey, look, Rob. Or whatever your name is. Hey, look, Rob. I'm Adam. Look, Rob. There was this crazy pastor guy, and his church was rampant with perverts. To me, you're like the running rampant of perverts church of people. What I'm trying to say is that you need to look for ways to improve. There's this channel, I forgot what it is. If you search for it, you can find it. But there's this channel that's pretty much like solely devoted to PBD's company that he ran, his scammy company that he ran before this show. And this YouTuber like talks to people, mostly basically children, who used to work for this company, who would come on this guy's channel and they're like, oh yeah, it was a scam. The company was a scam, but also it was kind of a cult, based around Paul Bet Davidstone. And I really wish I could have been an employee of that company just to hear PBD's like daily motivational speeches. You're there, you're in your 20s or whatever. You're just trying to make some money in this like MLM-y, basically should be illegal kind of company. You're in some weird presentation room or whatever. PBD gets up there. PBD gets up there in front of all these people. Okay, so there was this guy. Rob, bring up a picture of that guy. His name was Hitler. Hitler was his name. He's a not a lot of people like that guy. He wasn't looking for ways to improve. And many of you do you want to be like that? Here's another guy. Rob, bring up the picture. That's Michael Jordan.
And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly, and I'm talking to you openly with you, is
why is
there's
that?
an element of also representing where you're coming from.
Right.
Where the expectation is, hey,
he could
when
cost
you
me
go
some
and
money.
be professionals. That's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style.
You're making me look bad.
I don't do stuff like that. And
look, there was this guy, you know, he's pretty popular right now. His name was Jeff Epstein.
Do stuff like that. I don't do stuff like that, says PBD. You've brought great shame to the PBD dojo, Adam.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh, no, that's incredibly sad. Wow. PBD, live on air. Basically spanking Adam. Spanking him. Like his daddy.
Dad!
Daddy can do no wrong.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Oh, God, things are getting really weird over there. Oh, yeah. I just figured we would take a quick tangent down PBD lane. With Arun Brown. All right. Well, we got a slightly different show that I had planned for us here. I feel a little bad about it. I'm trying to, on the fly, I'm trying to come up with a solution to this situation. I mean, it's not a bad thing, necessarily, for the world, or for the pilot who has now been found. But we have, in fact, the United States has, as of like a little over an hour ago, apparently recovered the other U.S. airmen, which means there's slightly less to talk about when it comes to Operation Epstein Fury. But there's still plenty. There's still plenty going on. However, I think as a result of that, the stream is going to be shorter. I hate to say it. But I planned these things ahead of time. I'm not going to bring to you videos that you truly don't need. If you can't tell, I'm stalling. I'm trying to figure out where we're going next. Let's go here to democracy now. Talk about the current state of affairs. This is from Friday. Friday. Democracy Now! Actually, this may have been Thursday. Thursday? Thursday or Friday. Doesn't matter.
To escalate attacks in the Middle East after President Trump delivered a primetime address in which he threatened to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages. Global stock prices tumbled and oil prices jumped after Trump vowed to continue striking Iran, even though he claimed Iran had already been decimated militarily and economically.
The progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
President Trump also repeated his threat to attack Iranian civilian infrastructure, which is considered a war crime.
If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding.
Earlier in the day, Trump spoke at an Easter lunch event at the White House. He gave attendees a preview of his primetime remarks.
And tonight I'm making a little speech at 9 o'clock, and basically I'm going to tell it.
Morbius is right. Pam Bondi should get a job at CNBC so she can tell us about the Dow every day.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50. The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
She'd be so good. She's already got all of everything she needs to be a CNBC anchor, I think. Blonde. Republican. And knows about the Dow, apparently. Very focused on the Dow. Perfect job for her. Maybe that's the private sector job where she's most needed.
Everybody, how great I am. What a great job I've done. What a phenomenal job. What a phenomenal job I've done.
We're joined right now by two guests. Spencer Ackerman is a Pulitzer Prize and National Magazine award-winning reporter, the author of Reign of Terror, How the 9/11 Era Destabilized America and Produced Trump, and the Forever Wars newsletter. His latest piece headlines, So You Lost a War to Iran. Behrouz Gamari Tabrizi is a fellow at the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics at the CUNY Graduate Center. He was previously professor and chair of the Department of Near Eastern Studies at Princeton University, the author of several books, including Islam and Dissent in Post-Revolutionary Iran, as well as a memoir about his years on death row in Evin prison in Tehran called Remembering Akbar, Inside the Iranian Revolution. His latest book, just out this year, is titled The Long War on Iran, New Events, Old Questions. We begin with Behrouz Gamari Tabrizi. Thanks so much for joining us again. Why don't you respond overall? Many people were waiting with bated breath to see what President Trump was going to announce in his prime time address, the first one since the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. What did you make of what he said?
First of all, thank you for having me back in the show. I think it was a very anticlimactic kind of speech, and as we expected, he structured his speech around lies and delusions, I think, and he did not add anything new about what we already have heard from him. And I think possibly the most important part of this speech last night was the timing of it. And this was a speech that one should have expected to hear before the start of the war, because it was mostly about justification of the war. And my take on it is that it was, in a sense, a kind of admission to defeat in the war of narratives, and I think that the White House feels that they need to go back to point zero and to speak about why are we in the war with Iran, and what the objectives are, and what the end goal is, and how we can find an off-ramp to end this war. And so, yeah.
And Spencer, I mean, one of the things, as Behrouz just said, it's not only that Trump seemed to repeat without any variation at all, various comments he's made in the past weeks on social media. But some of the key issues, if you could talk about some of the key issues he did not mention, including the surge of U.S. troops, the military personnel who are en route to the Middle East now.
Indeed. Good morning, Nermeen. Good morning, Amy. Lovely to be here with Beirut especially. I'm going to learn a lot from this conversation. This was a speech that we shouldn't normalize, even for Trump. This was a cavalcade of lies on top of the delusions and the incoherence there.
A cavalcade of lies on top of delusions and incoherence.
But most importantly, as you mentioned, while Trump is trying to domestically reassure his base and more perhaps to the point, reassure markets that he hasn't just plunged the United States and the world into a compounding economic disaster, is that there is an aircraft carrier with 6,000 sailors, 3 destroyers on its way. It will be the 3rd such carrier strike group committed to this conflict. As well as the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit and elements of the 82nd Airborne that are on their way for purposes that Trump neither explained nor even really mentioned at all. So while he is trying to kind of, as he has frequently throughout this conflict, send a message that this is not a forever war, this is not an open-ended conflict, this is not like those other foolish presidents in the Middle East. What he's doing is entrenching this conflict ever deeper without any mechanism to resolve it.
Entrenching the conflict ever deeper without any mechanism to resolve it. This guy must be an author. Oh, yep. Yeah. Well said once again. But that does feel like what's going on right now. Getting further and further entrenched into this war without any mechanisms to resolve it. Leaving all of us in the United States to watch on in dismay, wondering when, if ever, this will end, because of course it could just turn into another forever war. Although now that I've thought about it recently, and I've realized the term forever war really is meaningless, of course, because all wars technically have an end. But if right now, especially in the light of recent events, feels like this war is going to continue to get ever worse. Now, if you missed it, the United States decided to bomb a bridge without any real justification. I mean, we claimed that it was being used by the IRGC, but without any evidence for
Crowds had gathered for Nature Day near this bridge in Karaj west of Tehran. Then this. A huge gap blown in the B1 highway bridge. A new $400 million lake that critics say had no strategic military value. Donald Trump seemed satisfied when he posted on Truth Social, "The biggest bridge in Iran comes tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more to follow." Trump has warned that electric power plants could be next. He has repeatedly threatened to obliterate civilian and energy infrastructure in Iran. The war began more than a month ago with a devastating attack on a girls' school, killing over 100 school children. The UN described this attack as a grave violation of humanitarian law. The list of strikes carried out by the US is already colossal.
We struck more than 11,000 targets,
given the increase in air superiority, we've successfully started to conduct the first overland B-52 missions, which allow us, as we've said before, to continue to get on top of the enemy.
But more than 100 international law experts in the US have published an open letter warning that White House statements that it could attack just for fun and damage Iran so bad they could never rebuild the country raise serious concerns about humanitarian law and possible war crimes. Despite threats.
No kidding. Concerns about war crimes, you say? The United States and Israel started this whole thing off with the war crimes. And have continued with the war crimes throughout all of this. At this point, neither side is really respecting international law. It's just, it's mayhem. It's just utter mayhem that's dragging the entire region into fucking chaos. What is this accent? That was TRT World. I assume it was Turkish. Now Donald Trump, of course, said that more attacks were to follow, and in fact, that was true. The United States, Israel, carried out more strikes across Iran. You can see the smoke that rising over that city right there. I believe that was. I can't remember. Fuck, what's it called? Here's the site of another U.S.-Israeli strike in Iran at a major sporting complex. Not sure what military objective could have been achieved by preventing people from playing soccer, but there's another one. One more video of U.S.-Israeli strikes from Friday evening. Once again, another what seems to be a war crime strike in a residential neighborhood in Iran. I think was that flowery wallpaper? I mean, come on. I don't see any tanks or planes or guns or troops or even Iranian flags. Just people and a kitchen. Nice little kitchen, little tile backsplash there. Complete disregard for international and humanitarian law from Israel and the United States. Shock of shocks. Two of the only countries that don't actually recognize certain aspects of international law. Like the United States and Israel are both non-signatories to the ICJ for some reason. It's almost like we want to commit war crimes. Now, around the same time, Donald Trump said that the United States could open the Strait of Hormuz with just a little more time. A little bit more, that's all we need. Get it right open.
So as pressure mounts for President Trump's administration to find a quick resolution to the war with Iran, President Trump has claimed that the U.S. can open the Strait of Hormuz. That was the post that he wrote in the last half hour or so. Let me just recap that for you so you can see exactly what he said. Posting on his Truth Social platform, he wrote, "With a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil and make a fortune." Clearly not one of the US stated war aims when this conflict began.
Now, what I found fascinating about this statement most is that this is sort of contradictory to everything Donald Trump has said up to this point to the United States' own allies. Yeah? You following me here? Because up until this post, Donald Trump was saying that the strait was in fact opened because we had opened it and that our allies could just go right in. And we had done the hard part. We'd already done the hard part, and so actually no big deal, just go right in and get the oil. But now we have to do something? We need more time to open the strait. Which is, once again, seemingly completely contradictory to everything he was saying.
And with me now, former senior officer in the British military and host of the Security Brief, Mikey Kay. Welcome back, Mikey. Donald Trump says the US could take this strait easily. Could they?
I think simple answer is absolutely not. Let's take a look at the Hormuz Strait. I mean, the geography of it is really, really interesting for starters. This is the Hormuz Strait. On the left-hand side of the screen, Anita, you've got what traffic used to be like pre-February 28th. And then you can see, so the red dots basically are the tankers on the left. You can see there's a significant amount on the left, but the actual strait itself on the right has dried up. Now, the geography is really interesting because the widest point between Kesham Island and the tip that you can see there in the bottom of the screen is 21 nautical miles. And there are two 3-kilometer channels for tankers both coming into the Persian Gulf and out of the Persian Gulf. So basically, in terms of threat, that the strait is right underneath the nose of any Iranian capability, and we can come on to that in a second. But I think what's interesting is if Trump wanted to do this, he's going to have a significant amount of US capability that is appropriate to that in order to do that. And what we've seen coming into the region over the last couple of weeks, I think we've got some footage here. I think the key capability would be the amphibious ready groups. Now, there are 2 amphibious ready groups. So the ARG on the left there, that's amphibious ready. On the right, you've got the carrier, which is the Abraham Lincoln. That's obviously a critical part to any attempt to control and get maritime superiority over the strait. But the 2 amphibious ready groups are really important. One is the USS Boxer. That's joined by 2 amphibious assault ships, so 3 in total on that ARG. The USS Boxer is interesting. It's got what's called a well deck. So the well deck basically allows Marines to go direct from ship to shore. So that's
Yep, we have at least set up a massive armada of ships here in the Middle East to prepare for what we don't really know because Donald Trump has told us nothing. Well, he's told us some things, but really we have no clarity on what the actual plan with all of this is. We're just deploying troops for the sake of it at this point. Which is a little psychotic when you think about it. Gotta say, it's beautiful to see the slow introduction of new chatters into the space fams. And then we continue to grow. We're approaching 2,000 subs on YouTube right now. It feels like not that long ago we were at 1,000. All right, now, like I told everybody earlier on the stream, and if you haven't heard yet, the missing airman has been, at least according to the United States, retrieved. However, I think we should talk about it a little bit, and might as well go here. See Hassan reacting to the news.
Wait, what? A second Air Force combat plane crashed in the Persian Gulf region on Friday. The lone pilot was rescued. Wait, what the hell? Wait.
Morbius with a beautiful gifted membership on YouTube to BCAT 2.0. BCAT 2.0 receiving the gifted membership. Armad's sock puppet account. Backup modding account. Uh-oh. Why does my mic is really fucked? It keeps doing this over and over again. Screw it. Thank you, Morbius.
Wait, what? A second Air Force combat plane crashed in the Persian Gulf region on Friday. The lone pilot was rescued. Wait, what the hell? Wait, this is another. Wait, what? No, this has got to be like the one that we know from the one that we saw earlier, right? Like, that's crazy. If they're just dropping like flies, that's what? A second U.S. combat aircraft, an A-10 Warthog, crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. The pilot was safely rescued at the roughly the same time an F-15. What the f?
What you talking about?
Hey, yo! Brother, what the f is going on, man? John McCain is spinning like a top in his grave thinking about all the fighter jets that are falling.
John McCain is spinning in his grave. Hassan's got the jokes and the fancy new shade. Look at those. Look at those things. Okay. Well, we're not going to stay on that for very long since we already know what's happened. But I got to say, it's not great that the United States keeps having planes shot down. This has got to be... I don't even know the number. What is the number right now? It's high. It's getting quite high. The number of planes that have been shot down. Well over a dozen. If I'm doing the math right. If you count helicopters as well. Alright, they say a dozen, half a dozen. Half a dozen is more than 6. Alright. Back to the war. Israel under fire in the last 24 hours. Iranian missiles coming in hot with Hezbollah rockets coming in from the north.
There's been a fresh wave of attacks on Israel in the past few hours. Rockets launched by Hezbollah from Lebanon targeted the north of the country. Most were intercepted or landed in open areas, according to the Israeli military. The military says it also detected missiles fired from Iran, and footage shared online showed what appeared to be cluster bombs streaking through the night sky. Well, Rob McBride joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. And if we can start with central Israel, Rob, what exactly has been happening there, especially with these cluster bombs?
Yeah, there was something of a lull in missile activity in the skies over Israel late Friday through now into the early hours of Saturday morning here. But there was a missile strike on Friday evening that was in northern Israel. It was intercepted. And according to the authorities, that was the fifth salvo aimed at Israel during Friday. But then in the early hours of Saturday morning, just a few hours ago here, we had 3 salvos of missiles detected being fired from Iran pretty much simultaneously. Alerts were issued in a rolling kind of alarm from south to north through Israel, from the Negev through south central Israel around the Dead Sea, and then the more densely populated central part of Israel around Tel Aviv and adjoining towns and cities. And then we started to hear about various impacts and missile strikes. There was a strike in Beersheba down in the south. That's in an industrial area. It started a fire. And then at least one of the missiles fired into the central area of Israel was again one of these cluster warheads that fragments and spreads explosive elements over a wide area. So we had, again, destruction, a fair amount of damage being spread over a broad swathe of central Israel.
I didn't see that chat. I assume that's a response. I assume that was a comment on the video we were watching before. Hassan of that residential neighborhood that was hit in Iran. The backsplash hiding the nuclear. Yes, that makes perfect sense now. I get it. The lovely tile backsplash in the kitchen, actually just a facade. Do you know what that reminds me of? Oh god, I don't know if I could find this right now. Oh, I don't know if I could find this. Oh god.
Around Tel Aviv, Petah Tikva, also Givatayim, and with a fair amount of damage being reported to homes, at least one building destroyed, as well as cars and other property. Tom?
Hey, Rob, the north has also been a target, not just for Iran, but mainly for Hezbollah. What's been reported there in the last several hours?
Yeah, I mean, late on Friday night, there was news of a salvo of rockets being fired from South Lebanon to the very important northern port city of Haifa. The authorities say that most of those were intercepted. Others fell into open areas harmlessly. But then when these missiles were fired from Iran, as often is the case, the Hezbollah in South Lebanon coordinated their salvos of rockets being fired into northern Israel. And there were multiple salvos being fired, alerts being given in cities and towns and communities all along the northern Israeli border with Lebanon. The Israeli military also claim that one rocket fired by Hezbollah hit a UN outpost, injuring 3 UN soldiers. Meanwhile, it was announced on Friday that given all of these extra commitments that Israel's military has, especially with its build-up of its activities in South Lebanon, it has to find ways of boosting troop numbers. There's been warnings from the military generals that they're going to run short of troops. And so it's been announced that the reservists who get called up regularly for duty, their terms of service are now being changed. So instead of serving for 6 weeks, they now have to serve for 9. Tom?
Okay, thanks so much for all of that, Rob. Rob McBride for us in Amman.
The comment you just made reminds me of this. Remember this meme? This is the best I could find. I couldn't find the original
which
video.
is obviously a joke to mock the Israeli justifications for bombing people's homes in Gaza. Like, there's literally an Imperial Star Destroyer under one of the buildings. And all the Zionist propagandists are making posts like, this is not real. We are not hiding.
But I can find it now, actually. You guys remember that, though? Oh, God. I can't find the original video. That's what I want. That's what I want, but I can't find it. Now, Israel has been continuing to wage its war in Lebanon, displacing over 1 million people now, occupying much of the south, seemingly determined to turn much of Lebanon into Gaza.
The scars from an Israeli strike on Nadia Arnaouti's home in southern Lebanon haven't gone. Her leg was amputated, shattered glass still littering the floor.
We are really tired. We must live in peace because we have the right to live in peace. It's our right. We have grown up in wars and will die in wars. We are tired. We are really, really tired.
This has become routine in southern Lebanon. Israel strikes hard with the ultimate goal to drive people out indefinitely.
Villages near the border in Lebanon that serve as Hezbollah positions will be destroyed, following the model of operations in Rafah and Khan Yunis. The Israeli army will maintain security control in the Litani area, and the return of approximately 600,000 residents of southern Lebanon who were evacuated north of the Litani will not be permitted until the security of northern Israeli residents is ensured.
To achieve this, Israel has targeted bridges linking north and south. Israel is also playing the sectarian card, urging Druze and Christian communities to push Shiites out of the south. As a clear sign of shifting control deep inside Lebanon, Israeli soldiers can be seen. And once they move in, it's tough to drive them out. The human toll is already immense.
More than 1 million people have been displaced over the past 4 weeks, including more than 370,000 children. Over 200,000 people have crossed into Syria in the past month. A cycle of coercive displacement is unfolding.
Israel's mass expulsion of civilians in Lebanon, Human Rights Watch warns, is a possible war crime. Yet, Israel presses on, even when it targets UN peacekeepers.
Yep, multiple UN peacekeepers dead, killed by Israel in Lebanon. Shock of shocks. Throwing in some peacekeeper murders with the other war crimes. Now, apparently, Israel is planning further incursions into Lebanon, or now ordering the evacuation of the city of Tyre, which is further inland, signaling a desire to seize more territory. Buffer zone getting pretty big over here.
The Israeli army has issued evacuation warnings to residents of the coastal city of Tyre in southern Lebanon ahead of planned strikes on Hezbollah targets. This comes as the Lebanese health ministry says a hospital in the city was damaged by Israeli airstrikes that wounded 11 people. Meanwhile, explosions have also been heard in Beirut after Israel says it began striking Hezbollah infrastructure in the city. The attacks come after the IDF destroyed a bridge in eastern Lebanon to prevent the militant group from gathering reinforcements. Let's cross now to Lebanon and speak with France 24's Olivia Bizot. Now, Olivia, you were just in Tyre. You've seen the destruction there. Can you tell us more about these Israeli evacuation orders?
Okay, just for everybody, so we can understand what we're talking about here. So Israel, God damn it, why isn't this working? Oh my god, I hate Google Maps on here. It never works properly. There's gotta be a better way to do this. Screw it. I'm just gonna let them talk.
Yes, well, the Israelis have reissued evacuation orders in the southern city of Tyre. The city was heavily struck last night, again this morning, and they've now said that they're going to strike again in 3 neighborhoods of the city, which is why they've relaunched these evacuation orders. They have said that they are targeting.
Since you added me, good night to you, young Chris. You're welcome for the entertainment.
Hezbollah infrastructure, but these are allegations that are consistently used by the IDF in order to justify targeting areas and displacing over 1.2 million people now. Now, the Israeli army had already asked people in. The local archbishop, who told us that he also was not going anywhere, he said that for him, staying was a message of peace and a refusal to leave a city that has been home to several religions for centuries.
Now, Olivia, though, obviously some people are going to choose to leave. So for those that do, what's happening to the ones that end up displaced?
Well, they're living in tent camps, of course. Ay. Now, in the last 14 hours or so, Israel carried out strikes in both Beirut and Tyre. And by the way, I was wrong about something I said earlier. I mistook Tyre with a different Lebanese city. Tyre is not as far inland as I thought. I think it's actually on the coast. So I'm just looking at a map of it, or was during that video. Let's go to BBC here next.
Now, let's turn to what's going on in Lebanon, because officials say a hospital in the city of Tyre has been damaged by Israeli airstrikes on nearby buildings that wounded 11 people. There have been a series of Israeli attacks on Tyre today. Buildings have been damaged and some have collapsed. Tens of thousands of people have already been forced to leave their homes. There's another evacuation order in place. On Tuesday, Israel's defense minister said the military would occupy Lebanon up to the Litani River even after the war against Hezbollah had ended. There have also been Israeli strikes on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The United Nations interim force in Lebanon said a blast at a UN facility injured 3 of its peacekeepers, all of whom were Indonesian nationals. This incident comes just days after another 3 Indonesian peacekeepers were killed in Lebanon in recent days. Their bodies have been returned to Indonesia. The Indonesian government urged the UN to investigate and strengthen protection for UNIFIL personnel. Well, let's speak to our correspondent in Lebanon, Rami Ruhaim. And Rami, first of all, tell us what is going on there in the capital, Beirut.
Well, yesterday the Israelis started bombing the southern suburb of Beirut. There was a series of airstrikes, and I believe the last one was in the early hours of this morning, but a lot more of the Israeli bombing has been focused on the south, both yesterday and today, and the strike that you mentioned on Tyre was one of several to hit the city and its vicinity. It led to, according to the Lebanese health ministry, 11 people were wounded, 3 of them from the civil defense, first responders from the civil defense, and also damaged the Italian Lebanese hospital in the city. Of course, there have been many Israeli attacks on the healthcare sector in general in Lebanon. So far, according to the Lebanese Ministry of Health, 53 workers in the health sector have been killed, and 137 have been injured, and 6 hospitals have been closed. Fortunately, the hospital that was damaged in the latest strike is not yet out of service, according to the Lebanese Ministry of Health. And this is very important because...
Does everybody see what I mean when I'm saying that Israel is determined to turn Lebanon into the next Gaza and possibly Iran if they can manage it? And any of his other neighbors that they have a problem with, I mean, they're attacking all the hospitals, killing all the healthcare workers, attacking all the infrastructure, and just seizing territory. This time it's an actual United Nations Security Council member. Okay, let's go next to France 24. 15 hours ago.
Well, for more now, we can bring in Simon Marbun, Professor of International Politics and Middle East Studies at Lancaster University. Thanks for joining us.
Wait, what? You're hearing rumors of a huge crowd outside of Walter Reed partying right now? Wait. Who is at Walter Reed right now? Walter Reed, famously a DC hospital. Are we gonna have to take a serious tangent on this stream?
Thank you.
So we saw earlier Saturday that Israel is targeting these bridges in the east to stop Hezbollah troops from advancing as it expands these operations amid these obvious fears of an occupation of southern Lebanon. So while the military's official mission is to disarm Hezbollah, its operational goal appears to be creating or more or less this extensive buffer zone along its borders. So can you talk us through what kind of strategy we're really seeing here?
Yeah, I think you've put it quite nicely there, and that there seems to be these conflict of a buffer zone. The idea that Israel's northern border should be the Litani River, a devastating human toll, with large numbers of villages being razed, large numbers of villages being destroyed, and it contributes to the massive displacement that Lebanese people are facing these days.
We're talking about the current offensive, but Israel has recorded more than 10,000 airspace violations during the ceasefire period. Was the November 2024 agreement ever anything more than a pause?
Well, I think it depends on how you see the ceasefire agreement. It certainly wasn't a mechanism to try and enact peace. It was ostensibly a ceasefire to bring about an end to that particular round of conflict. But as you've said, 10,000 strikes in a time of so-called peace does not suggest that the ceasefire was in any way actually enacted, if indeed it was a ceasefire. And I think that's why there's so much anger amongst many in the south of Lebanon, not just at Israel, but also at the government in Beirut, who failed to adequately protect Lebanese sovereignty, failed to adequately protect the people who have been targeted in these strikes across the south of Lebanon. And it really does raise a worrying specter about the nature of war and peace these days, that the two are collapsing into one, with an apparent ceasefire still allowing hundreds of people to be killed and billions of dollars worth of destruction to property, to land, and to people's lives.
And Israel is now talking about a long-term security zone covering nearly a tenth of Lebanese territory. At what point does deterrence become occupation in practice?
Well, I think the Israelis are being very, very cautious not to use the term occupation because of what happened between the 1982 invasion and the withdrawal from southern Lebanon in terms of an occupation, which brings with it all manner of logistical challenges and indeed legal issues that would require.
Okay, we're going to come back to talking about Iran, but we got semi-breaking news right now. We're going to try and unpack it here. Donald Trump rushed to Walter Reed Hospital? Question mark. Rumors swirling online as a report suggests Donald Trump may have been rushed to the hospital for some sort of health issue. Could it be this? Be related at all to what was witnessed 2 days ago? Midas touch.
Donald Trump's physical and mental deterioration that we've been covering here at the Midas Touch Network was on full display to the entire world on prime time as Donald Trump gave that disastrous address to the nation. You know, sometimes we forget that while we have a very big audience here, the biggest audience in the Midas Touch Network on YouTube and covering the news, there are some people who just don't watch the news and they may be watching their primetime shows, and Donald Trump interrupted their primetime shows to give this national address where it basically seems that the United States and Israel are going to continue to escalate the unlawful war in Iran, or there's no sign of de-escalation. But I think America
against the Democrats.
I'm skipping
ahead. That guy was a Trumper. You don't get much more Trumper than that guy right there. I mean, the day begins. Here's what Alex Jones said. Let's play this clip.
Ankles swell up 3 times the size they were before. That means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, you know, sound like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats.
I mean, that guy was a Trumper. I mean, you don't get much more Trumper than that guy right there. I mean, the day began yesterday with Donald Trump talking about the speech he was going to give, and he's like, I'm going to give a little speech, and it's about how great I am. Here, play this clip.
And tonight I'm making a little speech at 9 o'clock, and basically I'm going to tell everybody how great I am. What a great job I've done. What a phenomenal job. What a phenomenal job I've done. But seriously, if you didn't have me, if you had some different type of a president.
A different one. And the people there laughing and encouraging that behavior. It's not good at all. So then he gives the speech, and I'm not going to do the whole speech again. I'm just going to pick out small portions, like when Donald Trump was like, we've got the cards, Iran. We've got the cards. What cards do you have? They control the Strait of Hormuz. Here, play this clip.
We have all the cards. They have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective.
And then the way he described the war was blowing up Iran, the country, to the Stone Ages, their electrical grids, their infrastructure. He's not saying the regime. He's saying we're going to blow up the country to the Stone Ages. As I've said, he sounds like the cartoon character, the corny bad guy cartoon characters I grew up with. Here, play this clip.
We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
I'm not going to show you much more of the speech, but earlier in the day, this is where Donald Trump was then kind of saying, we can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We're fighting wars. So we can't. Trump's physical cognitive deterioration by just observing his and sharing opinions. I mean, you're sharing your opinions as well. The world, you know, we forget sometimes that other portions of the country don't necessarily see all of this, although we have a very big audience. And now lots of people are saying, whoa, I saw that speech. What did you make of the clips I shared and the speech in general, Dr. Gupta?
Yeah, Ben, you know, there was this sort of just building on our conversations over the last year.
I thought today really brought into stark relief some of these topics we've been talking about. Again, no physical exam. We're taking the optics of what we're seeing, what we're hearing, and we're asking some questions. But one, some common takeaways, the juxtaposition of the "we're almost done" theme with "more strikes are coming," that's confused, almost incoherent thought processes, not linear thinking, not consistent thinking. He's drifting in his word structure. He isn't completing sentences, as you pointed out.
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
Erratic decision making. I have my notes here. There are constant examples of inconsistencies in his thought. These juxtapositions of seemingly paradoxical policy positions. Again, sort of things are wrapping up, but we're going to bomb them into the Stone Age. I think all of these. In addition to the word finding difficulties, the fact that he can't articulate basic words clearly does make one again ask.
Yeah, no, we've been seeing Donald Trump's ability to say words properly deteriorate. It's been deteriorating rapidly. Okay, let's go here. Penn Live. Patriot News. Was Donald Trump really rushed to Walter Reed Hospital? Here's what to know. Published April 4th, 5:40 p.m. President Donald Trump answers questions. It's just a caption for the photo. Has Donald Trump really been rushed to Walter Reed Medical Center? A casual check-in on Elon Musk's X social media platform on Saturday, and one might think that is the case. But there has thus far been no evidence to support the rumors. In fact, as the claims gained steam on social media, White House Director of Communications Stephen Chung shared a post on X that offered a different explanation for Trump's whereabouts. Quote, "There has never been a president who has worked harder for the American people than President Trump." Unquote. Chung wrote it at about 3 p.m., Quote, "On this Easter weekend, he has been working non-stop in the White House and Oval Office. Quote, unquote, God bless him." Oh! Yes, that sounds perfectly normal. Yes, God bless the president. He's perfectly just working really hard. He's definitely not at the hospital. Trump has also been active on Truth Social, supposedly. Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up? That was like 48 hours ago. That's not proof of shit. Later in the day, he wrote, "If you import the third world, you become the third world, and that's not going to happen." How did the rumors start? Well, it appears to be a combination of things, including claims that the roads around the hospital had been shut down. Oh. Also, the White House had put a lid on social media access just before noon. Folks appear to have taken the two, mixed them together, and ran with the rumors that had Walter Reed trending on X. Fascinating. I mean, shutting down the roads to Walter Reed does seem to suggest something weird's going on.
Is Donald Trump at the Walter Reed Medical Center in the hospital? I've gotten that question about probably 10,000 times today, so let's talk about it. There is a lot of weird stuff happening with the White House, but right now there is no evidence to suggest that Trump is at Walter Reed Medical Center. I try to track down where this rumor first began, and it looks as though it began on Threads, and then has since circulated across the internet, suggesting that there were blockades at the hospital, that Trump was there, etc., etc. I even went around near the hospital today to check it out, and no, there were no blockades. Traffic was normal. So I'm not sure where that came from. Donald Trump has also been regularly posting on Truth Social. The weird thing is he hasn't been posting about the service member who's currently stuck in Iran, but he's been posting about a whole host of other things. There was also a Marine stationed out front of the West Wing of the White House. That only happens when the president is working in the Oval Office. Now, granted, they could just station one even if he's not there, so don't get me wrong, that's just a small piece of evidence. But like I said, I drove near there, multiple other people did as well. There's no blockade of the roads by Walter Reed. Now, before you go on and shoot the messenger and get mad at me for making this video, I don't use my platform to share unverified rumors or speculation, and I won't do that. And I want you to know that when you're getting it from me, it's true. So that's just what we have right now. That's the evidence. There's no evidence suggesting that Trump is in the hospital. Now, if
Aaron Parnas putting the quash on these rumors that Donald Trump is in the hospital, saying that there is no blockade at Walter Reed. Does he live in D.C.? I guess that makes sense. I guess we'll just double check here with Adam Mockler.
He's been uniquely silent since Iran shot down an American F-15E fighter jet and then subsequently shot down yet another combat plane like an hour later. We still have one service member missing in Iran, and this coincides with Trump missing as well. So we basically have two people that we're looking for. The US service member in Iran, which I think we should prioritize, and Donald Trump. Where is Donald Trump? It got so bad that Stephen Chung, Donald Trump's spokesman, had to come out and deny rumors that Trump was taken to Walter Reed Hospital. Trump is in Washington this weekend, but we are yet to have a formal news briefing on the situation with the missing airmen in Iran. No news briefing yet, and honestly, I hate to say this, but it might be better that we haven't had Pete Hegseth out there doing his military slam poetry about maximum lethality, but not tepid legality, whatever the hell this guy.
Maximum lethality. Yes. That's America, baby. Probably for the best we don't have Pete out there giving us maximum lethality speeches. But it would seem, as of now, there's no definitive evidence that Donald Trump is at Walter Reed Hospital. But a great deal of speculation flying around out there. I myself have questions. Like, where is Donald Trump? As we already know, he doesn't physically do all of his posts on Truth Social. So a post on Truth Social is no evidence of Donald Trump being physically well. We'll just point that out to everybody. Does everybody really think he has the time to post every single one of those posts? Come on! Come on. Come on. There's an entire team of people writing those posts. He just approves many of them. I mean, sure. He probably writes some of them. We can't be sure which ones. Shut up, you can't undrink the cider. Look, like I'm saying, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. Could be. No way to say for sure whether or not the president is at the hospital. Only time will tell. We've seen no physical evidence that he's alive. That I would point out. All right, back to Operation Epstein Fury. Where in Israel, Iranian strikes could be seen flying over Tel Aviv, eventually striking multiple buildings in central Israel. Start here from Forbes breaking news. Video, I think, from over last night.
I thought it was going to flash a little bit. Oh, look at that, yeah.
This is in Ramat Gan, Israel. You can see this building. Appears to be an apartment building of some kind, struck by one of those cluster munitions potentially that we just saw. The damage could be seen all over. It's actually the same footage, I think. You can see this from a different vantage point here. Okay. Maybe he's been building a fancy underground Egyptian-style tomb the whole... Oh, maybe. Yeah. That could be it. Never know. You never know. Wow, we have a fairly sizable, large number of people watching us on Twitch. Keeping up with YouTube almost right now. Sup, Twitch Space Fams? Good to see you all here. Who knew I would agree with Alex Jones? Yes, Paige, sometimes weird things happen. Stoicite reached a 15 stream streak. A person who I've literally never seen chat one time. Not one time, Stoicite. But here you are. Enjoying the content leads to streaking and chill. Well, great. Fantastic. Good to have you. People building streaks without even chatting. Lurk streaks over here. Alright, let's go over to Reuters now. Talk more about the Iranian strikes in Israel over the last 24 hours.
Missile hit his house, of course, and the whole house was destroyed, and Moshe was saved miraculously. He was in the safest place in his house, and he was saved uninjured. And right now we're going to be helping him with shock and all of the emotional support he needs, as well as the bureaucratic procedures that need to take place.
Okay. I feel bad. I really do. It's got nothing to do with what we're watching either. Well, only slightly. The main reason I feel bad right now is because our stream has been drastically reduced by 30-40%. I mean, we were going to talk. I mean, I had big plans. I had big plans. Talk about the search for the missing pilot, which at the beginning of the stream was still ongoing, and then 2 hours ago ended. Kind of scuttling my plans. I don't know what I'm going to do to make it up. And the other problem is what's fucked up is we completed a galactic content goal before we found out about that. Now I have no backup plan. Doesn't really happen that often that we have a massive topic like that just ends being relevant in the middle of a stream. Doesn't happen very often. All right, let's go from Iranian strikes in Israel to Israeli strikes in Iran. Reuters, 17 hours ago, Tehran's Golestan Palace shattered after airstrikes damaging the historic mosque and former royal residence. What I love about this strike is that in theory, not that it would happen, but like in theory, if like Reza Pahlavi were to come back to Iran and somehow become the king again, the Shah, you know, like this would have been his house. And Israel just busted it up. Although it's not really funny because it is in fact a historic site. I believe a UNESCO World Heritage Site, if I'm not mistaken. But there we go. Priceless, irreplaceable artwork and architecture damaged by Israeli strikes in Iran. Historic artifacts. You know how I keep saying Israel's trying to turn Iran and Lebanon and all of its enemies into Gaza? Exhibit Z, I guess. Might be further down the list than that. Exhibit 200. All right, not only are they attacking historic sites, they are also attacking hospitals and universities. More things not allowed under international law. Fucking Jesus fucking Christ. Well, there's what I assume is a school or a hospital. Hard to tell with all of the damage. Let's go here to the AP next from 14 hours ago, discussing another hospital strike in Tehran.
ساعت 23:05 شب در خیابان فدایین
Cap, you're annoying people, which means you're annoying me again. which means that you're taking another break. You did it. You went 4 hours. That might be the longest you've gone without being timed out for another day. You did a really... oh, wait. Did somebody time you out earlier for like a short time? I can't remember. It might have happened. Either way, you're going to have to take another day break. Because you're pissing off hardcore long-term space fams. And you already have a reputation around here, okay? You're literally here by the grace of I don't even know what. Constantly causing problems. I don't know why you insist on doing it. At 23:05 at night on Fadayan Al Assam Street, an explosion occurred, and unfortunately the blast wave of that explosion and its shrapnel caused damage to the hospital. Delaram Sina Psychiatric Hospital. It's a 100-bed hospital which is specialized for psychiatric patients. Patients hospitalized here are patients with anxiety, stress, and in fact PTSD. Oh, this is probably not going to help with that. All right, now to the universities. Al Jazeera English from 11 hours ago. Iranian universities under attack. Government says at least 30 hit across the country.
Beheshti University, located in the northern parts of the Iranian capital, Tehran. And behind me, you can see actually the Institute for Plasma and Laser Research, which was heavily damaged as a result of this recent round of the continued campaign of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. The amount of damage is unbelievably massive, not only to this building, but also where I was walking through the different parts of the campus, including a dormitory. And we know that this specific institute targeted is critically important. It was founded in 2003 by Dr. Tehranchi, the former head of the Azad University and one of the scientists of the country that was assassinated in the war that happened back in June. And right now we see that one of the institutes founded by him was impacted. And behind me, as you can see, this is the damage, the huge amount of damage to this building and the debris, the equipments related to this institute is all around, showing the huge amount of blast that took place. And this is the scope of the airstrikes across the country that is expanding in a sense, and now there are growing concerns about the civilian infrastructure, specifically schools and universities.
Yep, like I keep saying, Israel's goals here are the same as they are in Lebanon, as they are in Gaza. That is to obliterate the entire civilian infrastructure and exert its will upon the entire population and to cause terror to everyone. All right. Now let's go to Iraq. Right? Isn't Basra in Iraq? Hold on. I'm going off of my brain. Yep, my brain is right. Let's go to Iraq, where airstrike led to fire at a oil storage unit. Now, apparently, this particular oil depot is incredibly important to the activities of international oil companies in the region. And the strike will almost undoubtedly cause some serious problems with all of that. Speaking of oil problems, people across the planet are struggling as oil prices continue to rise. Closing on Friday in U.S. markets at over, I think over $115 a barrel. Hold on, let me look. Let me double check that. $112 a barrel. Prices that haven't been seen in over 2 years, since 2022.
I'm staying in the race.
People in Pakistan are at least going to get the benefit of free public transportation as this energy crisis bites.
In the dead of night, cars and motorcycles crowd into this Karachi gas station. These locals fear fuel shortages and have come to fill up their tanks. Like many other Asian countries, Pakistan is facing soaring prices. To maintain its reserves, the government announced a massive price increase. Here, a litre of gasoline costs 378 rupees, or $1.36, a fortune for a country where 45% of the population lives below the poverty line.
If gasoline prices reach these levels, how will people feed their children? How will they run their households and cover their expenses? And what if they have rent to pay? This exploitation is unacceptable. Instead of placing this burden on us, the government should cover some of it.
The surge in prices has sparked widespread protests, with an Islamist party among those demanding an end to the increases. In an attempt to limit the impact of these price increases, the government has implemented several measures, including 4-day work weeks in government offices, mandatory teleworking, and free public transport in the capital. Asia is heavily dependent on oil from the Middle East, and the repercussions are cascading. In Thailand,
Damn, just free transport in the capital? That sucks. Boy. I feel like that's not gonna do enough to make up for these massive increases in gas prices.
The war in the Middle East is also causing severe consequences.
Maybe we should all switch to renewables, you know? We should all switch to renewable energy and electric vehicles. Just a thought. Just a thought. Just coming to mind right now. Never had it before.
Give me a joke.
The war in the Middle East is also causing severe consequences for Asia, as the region relies mainly on oil shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. In Pakistan, the government announced a 50% price increase before partially reversing its decision. It's also implemented other measures to conserve energy, including 4-day work weeks in government offices and free public transportation in the capital. France 24's Jazeeb Wallah brings us the latest from Islamabad.
Pakistan is one of the most hardly hit developing economies in the world due to increase in oil prices after the US-Israel-Iran war. The fuel prices are at an all-time high in the country with a fragile economy, and it has been increased by 42% since the beginning of the war. Priced at $1.20 a liter, petrol is out of reach for many in Pakistan, where 40% of the population lives below the poverty line.
It's very difficult. Life has become like hell. With this inflation, we don't know whether to buy fuel or feed our family. I run a private pick and drop service for school kids. If we ask parents to pay more, they say they'll take the kids out of school. If things don't change next week, I'll stop.
To cut costs, the government has announced that offices and education institutions will only open for 4 days a week. A speed limit at national highways has also been reduced, and also in many parts of the country, public transport has been made free.
The government needs to do more because we are under huge pressure. Electricity prices, gas prices are going up. And with fuel prices becoming so expensive, it's becoming very difficult, even for the middle class, let alone the poor.
Experts believe if the war in Middle East continues, it will have devastating consequences for countries like Pakistan that is already under an IMF program and is struggling to get out of an ongoing economic crisis.
Yep. And right next door, India is dealing with very, very similar problems. TRT World.
This is usually peak season in India's Firozabad, known as Glass City. But furnaces that once run non-stop are now slowing down. Glass making depends on constant high heat and steady gas supply. But the war in the Middle East is disrupting energy flows.
When there is a 20% cut in the gas supply, it forces us to cut production by about 40%, because our furnace was made to operate at a specific fuel level to function efficiently. So we are operating at a 40% cut from our production capacity.
Thousands of daily workers are losing jobs. A unit that employed over 500 workers last month now has fewer than 200. India relies heavily on Gulf energy and on the same routes to ship its goods. Glass shipments dropped by up to 20% last month, while shipping costs to Europe have surged more than 60%. The impact is spreading across the wider economy and across sectors which are facing delays, rising costs and stranded goods. For exporters, it's a double blow.
Last year, we exported about $65 billion worth of goods to West Asia. So monthly exports are more than $5 billion. I expect that these exports to come down from $5 billion to $3 to $4 billion level. So massive, sharp decline will be there on exports to West Asia in the March numbers. Exports to other countries, the rest of the countries will also decline. And decline will be majorly concentrated on the inputs which we source from West Asia. For example, petroleum products. We use petroleum products to make petrol and diesel export worldwide. Similarly, we use petrochemicals from West Asia, make pharmaceuticals and export worldwide. So these exports will also be impacted.
For India, the war in the Middle East is not a distant conflict. It's a growing economic shocks, testing industries and livelihoods. Rumesa Chodar, TRT World.
Well, there you have it, the economic impacts.
Now, there's been some small but notable activity in the Strait.
Epstein fury being felt across the planet, especially hard-hit countries in South Asia and the Gulf. But everybody feeling the pinch now more and more as the ripples continue to travel out across the planet. Now, according to France 24 English, from earlier on Saturday, Iran is apparently open to negotiations, showing signs of potential diplomatic progress.
There's been some small but notable activity in the Strait of Hormuz in the past 24 hours. 3 ships, including one co-owned by Japan, the other by a company able to...
I'll be right back. I gotta grab myself a drink.
Now, there's been some small but notable activity in the Strait of Hormuz in the past 24 hours. 3 ships, including one co-owned by Japan, the other by a French company, able to cross safely, according to satellite tracking picked up on the seaway, according to marine traffic data. A container ship belonging to the French shipping group CMA CGM, a rare transit by a major European shipping group since March the 1st. Prior to that, reported 3 Greek vessels have been able to cross. At least 2,000 more ships remain stranded. There's more than 20,000 ships' crew still on board, some of them reportedly rationing. Now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard continuing to threaten, quote, hostile countries. And it comes as the French president is in South Korea talking about finding a way to open the strait, days after France objected to UN resolution drafted by the Gulf states and the US to give legal right to force of opening the strait by, quote, any means necessary. Are the two linked? Let's bring in Christian Buja, the Professor of International Relations at the University of Copenhagen and author of the book Understanding Maritime Security. Great to talk to you tonight, Professor. Let's begin on your understanding of this French vessel apparently being able to leave. What's your reading of that?
So it seems that diplomacy is starting to work. More and more ships are now passing through the strait, and that is in many ways good news. But obviously, it's still far from normal. Usually 140 ships go through the strait, but I think these are relatively positive signals that Iran is open for negotiations, and I'm optimistic that we are finding solutions. But unfortunately, none of this is going fast enough, and the damage to the global economy obviously continues.
This is interesting. Let me put this kind of context framing to you and see which you think is relevant right now. Wednesday, Bahrain drafts a UN resolution that, if agreed, legally authorises all members of the UN to take military action, force any means necessary to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. It didn't go through. It was changed because Russia, strategic ally, China, most important trade partner to Iran, were against it. France too. The wording from France is that they are concerned about proportionality under international law, avoiding another escalation. President Macron said as much in South Korea. And so that's changed. The vote goes ahead tomorrow. Now it's defensive means only. Is there a link? Are you saying that this diplomacy is being registered?
So diplomacy here works on several levels. One is the direct negotiation with Iran over the passage of individual ships, and that has been going on over the last weeks. And it was also India, Indonesia, and other countries got their ships through. So this is one level of diplomacy. Another very important level are the discussions on the UN Secretary General's fertilizer initiative that apparently has made some progress, but not as fast as was initially expected. And here the idea is to let ships through that carry fertilizer or humanitarian aid. And Oman has been proposed there as the site where the UN could do verification of vessels and so on. The other layer is the UN Security Council, and Bahrain has put forward an initial Security Council resolution a couple of weeks back, 2817, and that was passed in a historic situation because more than 135 states supported the resolution. The question now is, what is the next step in the UN Security Council? And in many ways, the idea that the strait could be opened by a military force is misleading. And in that sense, I can understand the resistance towards the idea that the resolution should operate under Chapter 7 and sanction the use of force. In military terms, we cannot go back to normal. Escorting ships through the straits is extremely difficult. And instead, without a ceasefire, we cannot go to the next stage of developing a regime for the strait where we can gradually have more and more ships passing through. So I don't expect to see a UN.
Well, this is a tiny development in diplomacy here in the strait as it relates to shipping. France getting into a deal seemingly with Iran as well as Japan. allowing some ships through, although no signs of diplomacy on the ending of the actual war. How long the planet can continue to do this, I don't know. Omega Star wants to feed like a puppy treat. There we go, puppy treat. All right. Speaking of the ending of the war and or negotiations, diplomacy, or anything even close to it, let's see what Donald Trump said recently. Hyper spiky. We can't even take care of the Earth. It's true. We're not doing a good job of it. We're not doing a good job of it. We talk about it every goddamn day. It seems like you found the right place. Assuming you care about things like climate change. Okay. Yes, let's go here to Al Jazeera. 14 hours ago, to Donald Trump's Strait of Hormuz ultimatum, giving 48 hours for Iran to open up the strait, or else all hell will break loose.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We'll get the view from Ali Hashem in Tehran in just a moment. But first, let's go to Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. Mike, so another threat, another deadline from Donald Trump, all as an American pilot remains missing.
Yes, indeed, another day, another deadline. President Trump writing on his social media page that he gave 10 days for Iran to give up its grip on the Strait of Hormuz. He says this period of time will expire on Monday. And as he says, all hell will rain down on them.
I will say this, though, about Artemis while we're talking about it. $90 million. I'll take a $90 million lunar operation over $1 billion a day. Operation Epstein Fury. Middle East clusterfuck. You know what I'm saying? Like that. One of those things technically has some merit to it. And it's not Operation Epstein
Should they
failure.
not comply by this particular date? But this is just another in a long line of deadlines. And all of this comes as the U.S. continues to search for one of the pilots who was downed by Iranian air defenses in the last few days. The whole search compounded, or the problem of the search compounded by the fact that it appears that 2 search and rescue helicopters were also downed by Iranian defenses. The crews of those helicopters were rescued. But this has many ramifications for the United States and, of course...
Has anyone heard from Cheeto lately? No, we were just talking about that. I don't know if you took a step away, Omega, but for a moment there, we were talking about the scandal flying around the internet about Donald Trump's whereabouts. Whether or not he's at the hospital right now. Whether the Supreme Leader is in good health or bad, we have no idea.
Concern for the military. It had recently deployed, for example, B-52 bombers, which can carry a far greater payload, because the president had claimed that the air defense systems in Iran had been obliterated. Well, clearly the events over the past 24 hours show that this is not the case, and the deployment of highly expensive and vulnerable huge bombers may now have to be stopped because, obviously, of the threat, the new threat from Iranian air defenses that were supposed to have been destroyed.
Bringing in Ali Hashem in Tehran. Ali, state media seems to have shifted from calling for the elimination of captured pilots to offering large cash rewards for their capture. I mean, what is Iran making of the downing of these US aircraft?
Well, in fact, from the first hours, they've been putting money for who captures the pilots, and they've said that getting them safe and sound is actually more beneficial for Iran. Now,
okay, we're not going to listen to the rest of this because, of course, we know what wound up happening with regards to that pilot who was rescued earlier today. The thing that's kind of, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's the thing that's kind of ruining the stream tonight. There's just for awareness for everybody here, there is no way we're getting an 8-hour stream. Okay? Usually I know we get an 8-hour stream when we complete a galactic content goal. Or even sometimes when we don't. But tonight that's not going to happen because half of my list disappeared. Which, you know, I'm fine with the reason for it. It's just, it is just a reality as it relates to galactic programming tonight, I'm afraid. All right, let's go here. BBC, more of these Trump threats of hell raining down. He really is a deranged
We have a demented,
lunatic, isn't he?
unintelligent person running the United
Hello, I'm Helena
States.
Humphrey, and this is the Iran War Today, our 10-minute daily briefing with all you need to know on day 36 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Well, let's start with some of today's key developments. The race to find a second crew member from a US military jet shot down over Iran continues.
Wow, Et2 lefty, really? Lazy spaceman? Really? Lazy? I am one of the hardest working spacemen on the, well, not on the planet. In fact, perhaps one of the hardest working men in the galaxy, including on Earth, for that matter. Okay? 8 hours a day stream, 5 days a week. And you know it takes me time to put these together every day, right? I'm like doing like 60 hours a week. Easy, if not more. I'm not counting things like, I don't know, that beautiful chart that I made earlier that you probably missed. But I put together an entire spreadsheet for the 2026 primaries, for every single congressional seat in the United States of America up for grabs. That doesn't count. That's just extra work. I mean, it's going to be relevant to the stream at some point. But these are the sorts of things I'm toiling at in the background over here. How do I even have time for sleeping or eating? Or physical activities, you might ask yourself. I ask myself the same question every day. Sometimes I don't do those things as much as I should. I'm sacrificing myself for the galactic cause, goddammit.
How rude! The Iranian officials offer a reward for anyone who captures them. Fresh reports emerge of a second jet, part of the American rescue efforts, also shot down on Friday. That pilot reportedly ejected over the Gulf and has been rescued. Strikes continue across Iran. There are reports from Iranian media that industrial and energy sites have been targeted in the latest wave of US-Israeli strikes. And Iranian missiles make it through Israeli air defenses, striking a building just outside of Tel Aviv.
Let's skip ahead because most of this is talking about the airman that was missing and is now, of course, not missing. And much of this conversation has become irrelevant. as Hassan's one and only sound shot would say, fa. All right, let's talk about the culture at the DOW, I guess we're calling it now. Otherwise known as the Dow. Department of War. 3 top generals fired in the last 24 hours as Iran war continues.
This is ridiculous!
You're fired. It really is The Apprentice.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
It's literally The Apprentice. 2026 is The Apprentice. Apprentice White House edition. You're fired. Everybody's fired. Pam, you're fired. Christy, fired. Greg, fired.
Defense Secretary
Everybody
Pete
fired.
Hegseth fired the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, General Randy George, and 2 other top Army generals on Thursday. Dismissals that come as the U.S. appears poised to intensify strikes, and the Pentagon is weighing a potential ground invasion in Iran. In a post, Chief Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell framed General George's firing as a retirement.
You know what's funny, Lefty? This is exactly what I've been thinking. Firing generals during a war doesn't scream winning. It doesn't. It screams we're having a hard time. That's what it's screaming.
I'm having a hard time.
Effective immediately. A U.S. official told CNN that senior Army leadership had been caught off guard. Quote, it doesn't feel like a very thought-out decision, unquote. Now, I have been personally covering General Randy George's career for about 15 years. I wrote a book in 2012 about the ill-fated combat outpost Keating, which had been, in 2006, placed in a dangerous position in Afghanistan. Then Colonel Randy George and his Lieutenant Colonel Brad Brown tried to shut down that outpost in 2008 because of the precarious position it was in, although their warnings were not heeded with any urgency. And then Cop Keating was devastatingly attacked in 2009. Those who know General Randy George consider him to be well-respected, smart, strategic, someone who acts with the best interests of his service members and the United States at the top of his mind. His dismissal, along with that of Chief of Chaplains Major General William Green Jr. and Commander of Army Transformation and Training Command General David Hodney, are just the latest in a string of abrupt firings that Hegseth has carried out inside the Pentagon since he took office. Hegseth has fired more than a dozen senior military officers over the last year. In fact, he's almost completely remade the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Just 2 officials remain from before President Trump took office. Marine Corps Commandant General Eric Smith and Chief of Space Operations General B. Chance Saltzman. Now, you might have noticed if you look at that photo, Hegseth's version of the Joint Chiefs, those are entirely white men, despite the fact that as of 2024, nearly 33% of active duty service members are of color, and nearly 18% are women. Hegseth made it quite clear that that type of representation in the top ranks does not matter to him.
The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest. Physical standards must be high and gender neutral. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. We're reviving the...
Dude, this guy is a fucking lunatic. He's the worst pick you could possibly find for this job. He's the exact wrong temperament. Like, he literally is the exact wrong. This guy is the exact wrong. I don't know why I'm switching screens. He's the exact wrong temperament. I forgot to feed Leica. I'm sorry, Omega. There we go. Mook in baby seal fur mittens. With the follow on Twitch, okay?
Your ethos. We're eliminating the distractions and the debris. No more DEI.
Two of the first leaders Hegseth let go were former Joint Chiefs Chair General C.Q. Brown, the second black officer to hold that post, and Chief of Naval Operations Lisa Franchetti, the first woman to lead the U.S. Navy. Just last week, the New York Times reported that in an extraordinarily rare move, Hegseth was actively blocking the promotions of 4 Army officers. Officials saying 2 of the officers are black, 2 of them are women. Parnell defended the promotion process to the New York Times as apolitical and unbiased, unquote. The New York Times reports that Army Secretary Dan Driscoll repeatedly refused to let Hegseth strike those officers' names from the promotion list. Officials told the Times that Driscoll took heat from Hegseth's chief of staff, the controversial Ricky Berea, for promoting Major General Antoinette Gant to command the military district of.
Ah, boy. It seems like the Department of War, formerly Department of Defense, is now really the Department of War Crimes. And it's not really shocking, certainly not to me, considering Pete Hegseth's former job was being a Fox News contributor whose only real reason for existence was to defend the war crimes of U.S. soldiers abroad, and especially in the Middle East. It's literally, I mean, look it up. It's literally all he did. It's the only reason he would ever get brought in. They were like, oh, you used to be a soldier, right, Pete? Tell us about how war crimes are actually necessary. Naps with Cat with a follow over on Twitch, and Omega Star with a gifted sub to Mook and Baby Seal for admittance. Thank you, Omega. Incredibly generous of you. As always. I can't stand Jake. It's bothering me that this is like one of the last clips that we've got tonight. We got down to the last 10 clips. It's very sad that like 10% of these clips are Jake Tapper.
Awful. Weak.
Let's bring in Washington Post reporter Dan Lamont, who covers the Pentagon, and the military has broken a lot of these stories. Dan, can you put in perspective what the firing of General Randy George will mean for the leadership of the Pentagon right now?
Yeah, I mean, Randy George has been in the Army for more than 40 years. I met him just maybe a year or two after you did, when he was a one-star general at the Army War College in Pennsylvania. He's a thoughtful guy. I honestly have no idea which party he would belong to politically. He kind of adheres to that old school nonpartisan sort of idea that you would hope for in your generals.
So a source familiar with what happened tells me that the firing was entirely about these promotions and personnel matters. That's the reason, and that General George requested a meeting with Hegseth. Hegseth refused to give it to him, and they fired him and leaked it to the media at the same time. What's going on here? Why would Hegseth do this?
I think we know the reason why Hegseth would do this. He's doing this to try and get rid of anybody who stand in the way of what he and or Donald Trump wants to do with the military. He's trying to get a bunch of fucking loyalists in there to just, say, yes, sir. No questions, sir. Never heard an illegal order I didn't like. Yeah, seriously. We got rid of DEI in the military and replaced it with DUI. Now, Iran vowed full control of its airspace and unveiled a new defense system earlier on Saturday. Here's Al Jazeera English from 12 hours ago.
Well, meanwhile, the search for a missing U.S. airman in Iran continues. That's after Tehran says it downed 2 U.S. fighter jets on Friday, one near the Strait of Hormuz. 2 of the 3 crew have been rescued. Iran's military command says it used new defense systems to shoot down the planes and that it'll achieve full control over its airspace.
قبلا اعلام کرده بودیم
We had previously announced that we would demonstrate our capabilities in the field, let the enemy know that with the new air defense systems, built by the knowledge and proud youth of this country and unveiled one after another in the field of action, we will surely achieve complete control of our country's skies, and we will prove to the world more than ever before the humiliation of the wretched enemy.
Well, there you go. Pretty straightforward. Iran making it clear that they're going to continue to defend their skies, as we have seen. Perhaps this defense system is the reason why they have been able to shoot down U.S. airplanes with such ease. This will certainly be a new element in the calculus in this war. If there is any calculus going on over there at the Department of Defense. Not clear that there is, but if, you know, in theory, anybody were crunching the numbers, this sort of thing would pose something of a strategic problem for things like, I don't know, an invasion, sorts of stuff that's been floated around by Trump and or Pete lately. Now, more Israeli strikes could be seen in the early morning of Saturday over Haifa. I'm sorry, over Jerusalem and Haifa, actually. We have two different clips. That's why I'm confused. Two different clips of both Jerusalem and the Haifa. Early morning hours. Iranian strikes seen over the horizon. You know, a state of constant threat in the Middle East. Israeli sirens heard, from what I understand, just all day and night as Iranian missiles and rockets from Hezbollah continue to threaten the territory. If Cheeto doesn't make a ridiculous post today, you're going to be really concerned. Yeah, we're going to keep our eye out. You know, we need, what we need is like, because human beings shouldn't be forced to look at Truth Social. What we need is like a bot. We need like a bot to troll Truth Social and keep us up to date with what's happening on that. Because like I said, no human being should be forced to actually go onto that website. It's literally the worst. Like 10,000 ads for like ivermectin and like get rich quick schemes and like Patriot prepper meals and stuff. It's the dumbest place on the planet. Okay, let's get to this story finally. Something I thought we would have been talking about for hours at this point. But of course things have changed. And the pilot who was missing at the beginning of the stream was in fact found, announced mere hours ago. Here's Al Jazeera English. From 3 hours ago.
Let's get more on our breaking news now. The rescue of the U.S. airman who's been missing in Iran after their plane was shot down. John Hendren joins us now on the line from Washington, D.C. John, what more can you tell us?
Well, we were told by the U.S. government source that overnight in Iran, a missing crew member of the downed F-15 has been located, and there was a rescue effort, but there was a fierce firefight. The latest information we have is that crew member, and we don't have a gender, is still has not left Iranian territory. And because of the ongoing hostilities, there could be still danger to that person, also to other people involved in that rescue effort. So this is an ongoing, active rescue effort, but that airman is not safely out of Iranian territory. And I want to be clear, when I say airman in the U.S. military parlance, that doesn't necessarily mean a male. We don't know the gender of this person. The U.S. rescue team still needs to successfully exfiltrate, get out of the country and to safety. And we have not confirmation that that has happened.
Is that true? Airman refers to man and woman pilots. How incredibly unwoke of the military. Okay, we only have 2 clips on this because I didn't want to spend that much time talking about it, since it's now effectively sort of a story that's done. I mean, the ramifications of this, of course, are huge. Even with the pilot returned.
President.
I think, if anything, the biggest ramification of it, biggest implication is that, you know, this is the closest that we've been to having a U.S. service member in the hands of Iran since this war started. And I think, to some degree, has woken people up to just how serious this fucking situation Donald Trump started, and how much danger it's putting absolutely everyone in, especially the troops.
President Donald Trump announcing that the second missing American crew member whose fighter jet was shot down over Iran has been successfully rescued by U.S. forces. President Trump posting on his...
You want to know what's sketchy? You want to know what's sketchy as shit? Considering we've been talking about tonight whether or not Donald Trump is at Walter Reed Hospital or not, what is sketchy as shit to me is the fact that Donald Trump posted about this. You think that for him this would be a huge W Like him and Pete Hegseth would come out and do like a joint press conference about how great America is and how we went in there and we saved this airman and how everything's great and we're winning more than anyone ever expected. Is that a True Social post? This feels like the sort of thing he would do a press conference about. Maybe I'm misreading it, but just seems weird. By the way, I'll talk about this.
Social account not long ago here, writing in part, "We got him. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew member officers, who also happened to be a highly respected colonel, and who I am thrilled to let you know is now safe and sound." President Trump went on to write that this service member sustained injuries, but will be just fine. This high-stakes search, it started this week after an F-15 Strike Eagle fighter it was actually shot down in the region. Another crew member was rescued alive shortly after the crash and is now receiving medical attention. For the latest now, let's head over to CNN's Jim Sciutto joining me live from Tel Aviv. Jim, is there any indication that this operation was clearly in the works since this incident, since the crash?
It was absolutely. The search and rescue efforts underway since the moment this F-15 went down with its two-person crew. As you know, they rescued the first pilot early on, but I was told on Friday that they had received a communication from the second pilot Friday evening and had spent a good, more than 24 hours attempting to locate him and then get him out of the country safely, and that's what the president has just announced. We were also told that he had been injured, and that of course added to the concern, the urgency to get him out of the country safely. In addition to that, we know that there was a race in effect underway between U.S. search and rescue teams and Iranian authorities, the military, who were attempting to get to him first. And you even heard Iranian state TV encouraging residents in the area to locate him, offering rewards to locate him, and report that location to the authorities. So this is a race in effect that U.S. search and rescue teams won, and a difficult one, because these search and rescue operations, although the teams are highly trained for this, they're dangerous because you're putting a lot of aircraft over hostile territory, and many of those aircraft, the helicopters involved in the extraction, the fixed-wing aircraft involved in locating the pilot, they fly low, and they fly relatively slow compared to the jet, for instance, the F-15, which was shot down. And Iran, of course, demonstrated its ability to threaten aircraft, taking down that F-15 and also taking down an A-10 during a Warthog, as it's known, in that same 24-hour period. So this is an enormous relief, certainly for the pilot's family, for the military. I am certain for the other member of that F-15 crew, who I'm sure spent the hours leading up to this rescue wondering if his co-pilot, or really weapons officer, would come out alive. And we now have that good news.
Okay, well, there we go. Thank you, CNN, for that. Well, confirmation that the second pilot aboard the F-15 downed in Iran has been recovered. After days of basically all weekend, we've been wondering what the hell happened to this pilot. Now we know, and they are thankfully okay. However, they should give us all pause about this and remind us of the consequences of this war. And perhaps, for those of us watching this show right now that support the war, perhaps rethink that support. because this is putting everybody in fucking at risk, and in grave danger, as well as leading to all sorts of other problems across the planet, especially with regards to the economy. Speaking of the economy, the Galactic News Network is made possible by viewers like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. One way you can support the stream without spending a single penny is by following us on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube, hitting that like button too. Really helps us out with the algorithms, supposedly. And of course, there are a number of other ways you could support the stream monetarily. Things like YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, a element only available to vertical viewers. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Did you know that you get a free Twitch sub with every Amazon Prime membership? That's right, you could be taking money directly from Jeff Bezos and giving it to your pal StreamLord. We also have Throne, a newfangled way of donating to the stream. Rather than giving funds, you can donate to us by buying physical items or things of that nature. Right now, we're crowdfunding a loft bed for my shoebox apartment down on Earth, which would really help me out space-wise. 37% funded, hoping we can get it completed before those prices get raised. I have a strong suspicion that won't be that price forever. Well, certainly, considering everything. Concerns. But we've made great progress on that already in the last few weeks since putting it up. And, of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like a shout out at the end of every stream, avatar on one of our break screens, although we haven't been taking as many breaks as usual, secret content, as well as a secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. Somebody just donated, though, on PayPal. They didn't say their name. I know who you are, but it's not clear that you want to be made known for your incredible generosity, breaking the ice on the galactic deficit financing goal. $10. Much appreciated. You know who you are. All right, to the live stream, Al Jazeera, for the latest with what's happening. Oh, God. No hiccups. Can't do a show and have hiccups. I can will them away.
Look like if Iran manages what it is currently trying to pull off, which is apply this selective pressure, decide who can go in, who can go out. Because right now, they're doing it in theory, but in practice, it's been applied to only a few tankers. A few from Thailand. There was a French tanker just a couple days ago. Yesterday, Iran told Iraq that their tankers would be exempt from Iran's restrictions on the Strait. Right now, it's just a nascent system. What could it look like if Iran manages to build this up in a toll system?
I mean, they could potentially do that, and particularly when it comes to toll system. And I mean, it's something that they are already doing it, but at a very, very low scale. I mean, they can't sort of jack it up in order to let a few more ships going through. But would that really satisfy the Trump administration? Would that really satisfy
I'll be right back, Space Fans.
And of course, there are really differences, and there the policy approaches of these two actors. I mean, President Trump at the end may be somewhat happy with the partial opening of the Strait of Hormuz and a nuclear deal. But Prime Minister Netanyahu's administration is absolutely determined to not only cause the overthrow of the regime or the elimination of the Iranian Islamic regime, but rather weakening Iran as a regional actor altogether. I mean, as an important state in the region. And I think these the differences between these two participants in this war also plays a very important role in the way that Iran may react.
Amin Saikal of the Australian National University. Thank you very much. Lebanese media are reporting that Israeli airstrikes on a southern town have killed at least 6 people. 2 others have been wounded in the attack on Kfar Hatta. The Israeli army had issued forced evacuation orders. That is after alleging that Hezbollah was operating from the area. Israeli warplanes struck several parts of Lebanon overnight. The main border crossing with Syria has been evacuated due to the threat of an imminent attack. Malcolm Webb is in Beirut. So, Malcolm, what more are you learning about that attack on Kfar Hatta?
Well, it was one of around 9 different towns and villages in southern Lebanon that were hit with airstrikes in the night. In that particular town, we understand that the local population hadn't fled following the month of evacuation orders and airstrikes and military, the invasion of southern Lebanon by Israel. And they'd been joined by many people who'd been displaced from the surrounding areas. On Friday evening, Israel issued an evacuation order prompting a traffic jam, prompting people to try and get out of the town. Not everyone left. According to Lebanese media, the airstrikes landed in a residential area. One of the buildings that was hit was housing 2 displaced families. That's where local media reported that 6 people were killed.
Malcolm, what are the concerns around there's an Israeli-Lebanon border crossing that apparently could come under attack. What do you know about that, and what are the concerns there?
Well, the Israeli military issued a warning on Friday evening as well. That prompted both sides of the border to be evacuated, and the border is closed. Now, this is a critical border for Lebanon. It's its busiest land border. It's its gateway to Syria and to the Gulf. And for Syria, it's its access to the port of Beirut and the Mediterranean Sea. Normally, hundreds of trucks and thousands of people cross this border every day. Now, the Israeli military says Hezbollah was using this.
Okay, I'm back. This is the Al Jazeera stream with a slight delay, says Bad Lefty. What are you, cheating on me over here? Are you watching the Al Jazeera stream? Yes, I did mention that. I did happen to mention that this was the Al Jazeera live stream as we have ended the Middle East coverage of the night. This is what we've been doing lately. With our coverage of Operation Epstein Fury, is checking in on the Al Jazeera live stream at the end just to make sure that we're as caught up as we can be. At least attempt it.
Order
Give it
to
our
move
best
weapons.
shot.
Now, in the past, Hezbollah was widely understood to have an almost unrestricted flow of weapons from Iran through Syria when it was controlled by Bashar al-Assad. But that's since Syria's government changed last year. The government says that it's stopped these the flow of weapons. It's announced several seizures. That, of course, hasn't affected the fact that it's a porous border, and there are the possibilities and allegations of ongoing smuggling elsewhere. But both Syrian and Lebanese authorities have said that this is not happening, that they have strict security, that it's a civilian border post, and that raises questions about why Israel has effectively closed it, even though there haven't been any reports of airstrikes there yet.
Malcolm Webb reporting from Beirut. Thank you very much, Malcolm.
Okay. I think that leaves us as up to date as we can be on all of this. Israeli and Iranian strikes continuing across the region. Shock of shocks. Shock of shocks. How could we expect that? Thing is still fucking crazy. Alright, now we're not done with the stream yet. I figured we would end tonight's discussion with a little talk about China.
China. I have to have my China. China!
Yes, China. Let's go here to Navarra Media from Thursday. China has won.
For at least a century, the United States has been the world's preeminent military power. Since 1945, it has stood at the head of a world system created in its own image and designed with its interests in mind. And of course, after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, that power was uncontested. But the era of American leadership, or American empire, whichever descriptor you prefer, is drawing to a close. One reason for that end is the rise of China. The other is this guy.
We have nothing to do with that. What happens in the Strait, we're not going to have anything to do with, because these countries, China will go up and they'll fuel up their beautiful ships and they'll leave and they'll take care of themselves. There's no reason for us to do it. Look, problem with the Strait, a guy can take a mine, drop it in the water, and say, oh, it's unsafe. It's not like you're taking out an army or you're taking out a country, or they can drop it. Or you can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets on a ship. Or maybe an...
This description was so fucking wild. Look, you can put a mine in the water and you can close a strait, or you can shoot a few bullets and you shoot a ship. Like, what? This guy is a fucking idiot. Why is he in charge of the country? Who thought this dude
We have a
should be in charge of
demented,
anything?
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You can drop it. Or you can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets on a ship. Or maybe an over-the-shoulder missile, small missiles.
An over-the-shoulder missile.
That'll be for France. That'll be for whoever's using the strait.
So that was Donald Trump saying that it's not the USA's job to provide safe passage for ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
That's not for us, that's for France. Somebody else. Sure, did we start the war? Yeah. But is that actually our fault? I don't know. How do you quantify that?
They started the war that closed it, and that other countries should sort it out themselves. It was a repeat of this advice that he tweeted out earlier on Tuesday. This time he was singling out the United Kingdom. He said there that if the UK wanted oil, they should just, quote, go to the Strait and take it. And he said, you'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore. So why, you may ask, does this specifically signal the end of American empire? That little clip I showed you and that little Truth Social post from the president. Well, this tweet from Cornell historian Nicholas Mulder gives a clue. So he says, hegemony in Kindleberger's sense of leadership plus global public good provision ends once you abandon the preservation of global open sea lanes, the minimum commitment of liberal maritime power since 1815. So to translate, Kindleberger, he's an economic historian, came up with the hegemonic stability theory. So this is the idea that when you have one dominant power, the world order is more stable. So the hegemon might use that power to enhance their own interests, of course, they're not going to be benevolent, but so long as they provide stability and public goods, it might be in everyone else's interests to go along with it. And Nicholas Mulder is pointing out that in the British Empire and the period of American hegemony, a key public good, maybe the preeminent one, that the leading power provided was the preservation of open sea lanes, so enabling international trade. So you might lose a bit of sovereignty because you've got this hegemon that has the ultimate power, but they're providing this public good, which is that you're not going to have piracy, that you're going to be able to trade safely throughout the world. And what you've seen there in that clip from Donald Trump and in his Truth Social post is Trump is not only admitting the US can't provide that, but also that they're actively undermining the ability of commercial ships to have safe passage. Aaron, in this segment, we're going to go through a few indications of the decline of American empire or the end of American empire and how sort of Donald Trump is announcing it. But I want to get your thoughts on this. I mean, we discussed this a bit with Mark Carney when he was saying we were happy to go along with sort of American hypocrisy when they were still providing public goods that we could benefit from. He was angry about the Greenland issue and Donald Trump using the global trade system to punish people with tariffs. Now the fact that the empire is specifically interrupting international trade and global safe passage through the seas, that is kind of the definition of it's no longer the hegemon that people can rely on.
I think so. I mean, we refer to it as the Pax Americana, which has really existed since 1945, the American peace. Another way of saying, America has been this unipolar hegemon, undoubtedly since the end of the Cold War, but I think really you can say since 1945 we've lived in a Pax Americana. The point of the Pax Americana wasn't that the whole world was at peace. If you lived in quite large parts of East Asia and Southeast Asia or east of the Berlin Wall, you wouldn't say, well, it was a wonderful Pax Americana. But for the rest of us, it was quite nice. But as Carney hinted at with that speech, that's kind of going now. And emblematic of that is the presence of US military bases. These are meant to make your country more safe, not less safe. And the experience of countries like Qatar and Bahrain and the UAE in the last month has been the complete opposite. They've become targets precisely because they're home to US bases. They haven't protected those places. They've made them actually more vulnerable. They've been a source of exposure rather than security. Those are the first 2 points. Thirdly, Trump said that, look, China's getting oil through the Strait of Hormuz. They can do it. Why can't France and the UK? China is getting oil through the Strait of Hormuz because it's Iranian oil, right? They're buying Iranian oil. There's now Iranian oil that's also going to be going to India for about $100 a barrel. So if his quote-unquote solution here is that Britain and France buy Iranian oil, thereby ending sanctions on Iranian oil, if that's the solution, I mean, I don't think anybody really saw that one coming. The incoherence of Trump, though, I think is really secondary to the point you're making, which is that America is no longer a guarantor of international trade. And that
Yes, Lefty, good point. France can now, or at least on the interim, at least some kind of a deal was made, allowing some French ships through recently. So yes, good point.
That quintessential kind of idea of comparative advantage, Dave Ricardo, one place can produce more of this and another can produce more of that, and it's of net benefit to everyone because the factors of production are more efficient. So Portugal can sell port and Britain can sell wool. And, that makes sense for them to focus on that and them to focus on that. The core presumption of comparative advantage is that the costs of trade and transit and logistics are very low. They're close to zero, which is broadly true, by the way, nowadays with containerization and whatnot. What's changing, though, with the potential collapse of American hegemony and the demise of safe shipping lanes, is that those costs are going up. A very, very important moment. And I think it does pull the veil back a bit. It was almost left-coded to say for a very long time that globalization is really a reflection of American empire. They're the same thing, Of course, some neocons would overtly say that, but liberals wouldn't really say that kind of thing. It was left to the radical left and the radical right. I think what Trump is doing is really just exposing that to be undoubtedly true.
Well, exposing it and ending it, right? Because I suppose there's two arguments one can make about sort of American global leadership, which is, you can have this sort of liberal idea, which is
exposing it and ending it simultaneously.
American.
He really can do anything.
You can have this sort of liberal idea, which is there isn't actually an American empire. We're all sovereign nations making contracts with each other, and it's all sort of governed by law, and we've moved beyond empire. Or you can say there's American empire and it has to be destroyed because empire is bad. Or you can say there's American empire. It's not perfect, but it has provided many countries in the world with the security and the predictability that they are able to develop. And I mean, talking to obviously, America's actions in Southeast Asia and much of the 20th century were a complete disgrace. But if you look at the polling in Vietnam, Vietnamese people, very pro-America, very anti-China. So the Pax Americana, as it's been called, its popularity hasn't just been combined. You know, when you talk about this, people say, well, yeah, it was fine for Europe. For the rest of the world, it was a disaster.
Well, Pax Americana is very popular in Vietnam now because they've been, I think, the world's even outperforming China in terms of annual growth. They've been the world's best exporter for about 25 years. So it's been very good for them recently. I mean, I'm sure if you ask Vietnamese, 3 million Vietnamese died, right?
If you ask
Vietnamese
then,
in the 80s, the 70s, you get a very different answer. You're right, though. In that part of the world, the place that has the most antipathy to America still is obviously China and North Korea.
Talking about trade, you mentioned military bases. Let's go on to military bases, because in the British Empire, they had military bases everywhere, but it's formal colonialism. Right? You didn't ask the country. American Empire, the idea has generally been that you get consent from the government, whether or not they're democratic, and it's based on this quid pro quo, which is the Americans put their bases in your country, and then you get the protection of the Americans, the preeminent military power. Obviously, throughout the 20th century, core element of this was NATO, specifically for Europe. Trump has all but ended that, though. So Trump today told The Telegraph that he is strongly considering pulling out of NATO. Asked if he might leave NATO by The Telegraph, he said, quote, "Oh, yes, I would say it's beyond reconsideration. I was never swayed by NATO. I always knew they were a paper tiger, and Putin knows that too, by the way." Secretary of State Marco Rubio was slightly more diplomatic on Fox News.
I've been one of the strongest defenders of NATO during my time as a United States Senator because I found great value in it. And it wasn't just about defending Europe. I said it also allowed us to have military bases in Europe that allowed us to project power into different parts of the world when our national security was threatened. If now we have reached a point where the NATO alliance means that we can't use those bases, that in fact that we can no longer use those bases to defend America's interests, then NATO is a one-way street. Then NATO is simply about us having troops in Europe to defend Europe. But when we need their help, not their help, we're not asking them to conduct airstrikes. When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no. Then why are we in NATO? You have to ask that question. Why do we have billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, over the years, trillions of dollars, and all these American forces
Trillions of
in the
dollars. I like how he starts with millions and he winds up at trillions.
This is ridiculous.
Lots of countries are not allowing America to use their bases in them. Obviously, we didn't let them use Diego Garcia until they started the war, because then afterwards we reclassified it as defensive. A bit strange. France, Italy, and Spain.
Lose a bit of sovereignty is fittingly the most British way of saying it. Yes. A bit of sovereignty. Rather inconvenient.
Have now all refused, to one extent or another, I think some of them, allowing it with restrictions, they've all refused to allow the US military to even use their airspace. So that's what has pissed off the Americans. Of course, the difference is that Marco Rubio there is saying that we need them, and everyone's like, well, this was a war of choice. And also, we don't really trust the Americans to help us in our time of need anyway, given that Donald Trump is president. Keir Starmer has still, though, said that NATO is essential, although with some qualifications. When asked about Trump saying he might leave the alliance, Keir Starmer said this.
Let me say a number of things in response to that. Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. But I'm equally clear that when it comes to defence and security and our economic future.
Okay, hold on. We don't need to hear all this Keir stuff, because we actually covered some of this earlier this week. I want to talk more about China. I think they get more deep into China momentarily. I want to say around here.
I have to have my China.
Secondly, it is really sad that NATO demurred from its historical mission, which was the North Atlantic. It was about protecting safety and security in the North Atlantic. Very much an instrument of Cold War defense policy. It was about European defence, Western European defence, against the Warsaw Pact. Even though actually the Warsaw Pact was a response to NATO, not the other way around. Obviously, that's now gone. So you have, after the end of the Cold War, an organisation in search of a purpose. What do? Afghanistan. Okay, America was attacked, the only country so far that's triggered Article 5, but it's not in the North Atlantic. What do? They do Libya. I mean, we don't have a map right now, but Libya's quite a long way away from the North Atlantic. I don't think anybody would sensibly say it was a matter of European defence.
What
so
now?
you had mission creep with NATO because it was an organisation in search of a purpose. And I think the reality is, Michael, that once the Cold War was over, you probably needed to move beyond it. That doesn't mean that Europe doesn't have forms of collective security. I think it probably does need that. I think that's what Keir Starmer is kind of edging towards. But I don't really understand why that's got to be imbricated with the United States. You know, the European Union and Britain is, you know, a landmass of the best part of 500 million people, $13 trillion economy, a ton of G7 economies. They should be able to look after themselves. I mean, that's the one thing that Trump says, which I think he's right about.
I suppose, so to clarify the nuclear point, so there's an argument, it's been a very sort of peaceful time in Europe historically since the formation of NATO. You're saying it's more because there are nuclear weapons around, which just mean that big powers don't go to war with each other anymore because of mutually assured destruction. I suppose the argument that NATO would have been relevant would have been less for Britain and more for those European countries that don't have a nuke.
That's very fair. That's very fair. You know, and also in the world we are today, this question about NATO, it's much more heated, and I think understandably so, for a country like Poland than Britain. You know, Ireland isn't in NATO, partly because it doesn't really need to be. It's a long way away from Russia. So that's a very fair point. But, you know, there are lots of these multilateral bodies all over the world, and those places have still had war. I think that basis of mutually assured destruction is a big one. Look at India, Pakistan. They've not had a hot war for a long time for a reason. I think there's a really credible argument about if Iran had a nuke. I'm not suggesting it should or it shouldn't, but if Iran had a nuke, one school of thinking, and I don't think they would use it against Israel, I think it would constrain the actions of Tel Aviv quite significantly. I think that's probably true. You certainly wouldn't see this conventional war we're now seeing. That wouldn't be happening if Iran had a nuke because of mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, and I mean, military alliances didn't stop the First World War, did they? So
no.
It does seem like what was different was the nuclear weapon. If American empire is over, what will take its place? Well, in the FT this week, friend of the show, Adam Tooze, has written a blueprint for Chinese global leadership. So in the piece, he says this: "It is a truism of the moment that China is the last adult in the room. If Beijing chose to play the part, global leadership would be there for the taking. If you were drafting a 5-point plan for Chinese hegemony at a think tank in Beijing, it might look like this." This is what I love about Adam Tooze. He's sort of confident enough to write a 5-point plan for Chinese hegemony in the Financial Times. Anyway, these are his 5 points. So he says, start by offering to backstop multilateral efforts to provide short-term balance of payment support to countries facing financing issues. And with its huge trade surplus, Beijing has dollars aplenty. That's basically replacing the role of the IMF, isn't it, which is an American-led institution. He says China could then make a gesture of sharing its privileged status in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it's not by accident that tankers are rumoured to have been rebadging themselves as Chinese. Now, you can imagine how popular this would be with many countries in the world. Donald Trump is saying, you go and reopen the Strait of Hormuz yourself, right? He's saying, I've prompted this situation where there are sort of drones blowing up these tankers, but you need to go now and you need to kill the drone operators. Adam Tooze is saying, what if the Chinese said, well, we actually can get our ships through and we will help share some of that oil with you? That would, I mean, the Europeans would love that. He then says, Beijing could also offer to contribute some fraction of its huge petroleum reserve to a global oil stability pool. It might offer to do this in cooperation with big suppliers like the Saudis, Malaysians and Brazilians, sort of similar to the last point, sort of helping with the oil crunch. Then he says, at the same time, Beijing should band together with a coalition of the willing to launch a comprehensive global green investment push, boosting demand for its green industries. Europe would find this hard to resist, but everyone, even the Saudis and Emiratis, are interested in China's clean electro-tech. The sharp distinction between petrostates and electrostates exists mainly in the minds of fossil fuel ideologues, not for those interested in cheap, clean power. So it says, you could maybe sort of relate that to the Marshall Plan. So it's this idea that you could have this Chinese investment, which is based on exporting their technology, which is much like the Marshall Plan. And then finally, and most ambitiously, China could declare that in the interests of global stability, there must be immediate ceasefire negotiations in both Ukraine and the Gulf. Until those talks begin, it is no longer in China's interest to export critical supplies to combatants in either region. This would exert pressure both on Moscow and Washington. Without Chinese rare earths, the US and Israel cannot continue their missile war for long. Aaron, so he's basically saying, the Chinese would provide these public goods of financial stability, of stability when it comes to energy supplies, and then also sort of become some sort of global policeman, even though a less militaristic version than the United States. Are you ready for Adam Tooze's vision of Chinese leadership?
Well, it's not often you read a sort of geopolitical fanfic in the Financial Times, which is kind of what this is. Doesn't mean the ideas are bad necessarily. The idea of a shared petroleum reserve, I don't know why they would do that necessarily. I mean, this huge reserve for
Let's talk about China. Not their petroleum reserves, but about their renewable energy technology. Which, to some degree, they have in fact been exporting. They've been managing to manufacture solar panels and wind turbines at an exceptionally reasonable cost. And they've been implementing them across the country, which has been helping them soften the effects of the Iran war. Here's an Al Jazeera piece from a couple of weeks ago to that effect.
For 12 hours a day, Liu Xiaolu drives this truck delivering goods around Beijing. With conflict in the Middle East pushing up oil and petrol prices, he's glad his vehicle is battery-powered.
Now there is a war in Iran. The price of petrol is getting more and more expensive. Everywhere it's the same. It's better to have an electric truck.
China is one of the world's largest oil importers and relies heavily on supplies from the Gulf. Beijing has instructed refiners to limit exports of gasoline and diesel and raised price caps on petrol to conserve supply. But in China, millions of drivers no longer rely on petrol, insulating them from sudden price spikes. 1 in 4 new heavy vehicle sales and half of all new car sales are electric. Before the Iran war, China's demand for transport fuels was already peaking, with gasoline use plateauing and demand for diesel starting to decline as electric trucks took off.
Yeah, now, unfortunately for some, especially in the United States, electricity costs will continue to go up for fossil fuel plants run on oil, as much of the U.S. electric grid is still dependent on it for some reason, even though it's incredibly stupid. However, if you're smart, if your country's smart, and it's been transitioning its grid to renewables, well, this summer, you won't have any problems with your electric car or bike or whatever it might be. Second to last video of the night, everybody. Great job for making it this far. Although, really, it's not that far at all. It feels weird to be ending the stream this early, considering how late I started. It's throwing me all off. I'm very confused. I'm very confused. At least it'll give me a lot of time to prepare for the Sunday Fun Day stream tonight. Let's talk about China's solar mega farms with France24.
Mountains green, now in 2 senses of the word. This scenic hillside just outside Beijing has been harnessed for solar power. And 1,000 kilometers away, black panels as far as the eye can see, this time sprawling across the desert. This mammoth solar farm was built in record time in Longyuan.
2 years ago, this was just a desert. We've since installed 6 million solar panels, 2 million of them in the space of less than 6 months.
The electricity produced is then transported to Hunan, 1,700 kilometers away.
We can produce 578 million kilowatt hours. That's enough to power 4.5 million homes all year round.
This is the second largest solar farm in the country. The panels are equipped to rotate and follow the movement of the sun to max out on production.
You can see there that they're moving slowly. Every morning at 6 o'clock, all the panels turn to face east.
The mega farm is 6,300 football pitches in size, so its supervision and maintenance are partly delegated to drones. Drones which spray water to clean the panels when there has been a sandstorm, and which are coordinated from this control room. They make 12 patrols a day, checking every inch of the site.
I check that none of the panels are broken and that they're all pointed towards the sun. China has become the world leader in this field.
The country's wind power rollout is every bit as ambitious. 3 years ago, this factory didn't exist. Now it's producing blades of up to 130 metres in length and other components, rotors, nacelles and hubs, churning them out at breakneck speed. A single turbine takes 5 days to produce.
They manufacture about 800 units per year, but that can go up to 1,200.
Blades are made out of composite materials in these gigantic moulds. And outside the factory, they are already preparing the next generation of turbine blade, which will have to face wind speeds of up to 120 kilometres per hour.
We're carrying out a resilience test on this new model. This will last 6 to 8 months. The blade needs to have been bent back and forth more than 4 million times.
China is installing solar and wind capacity at the same rate as the rest of the world combined, and in doing so aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 7 to 10%. But despite this, the country is far from kicking its fossil fuel habit. On the contrary, its coal consumption is on the rise, accounting for 60% of Chinese electricity.
That's not the best, but
China is in a hurry to power its future. These drones in southern Yunnan are in
at least they're trying to replace them, right? Like, at least China is doing what they can to replace their coal-fired power plants, while the United States and Donald Trump is trying to turn them all back on. Drill, baby, drill. Clean coal
motion, installing new solar panels at record-breaking speeds. Just weeks ago, this land was a green tea farm, one of the region's biggest exports. Now the plants are being replaced as part of President Xi's renewable revolution. It's taken some local farmers by surprise. Your name is not there. They refused to sign a contract, but work went ahead anyway.
We are heartbroken. I cannot sleep. We ask the government to stop this construction, but it carries on every day.
China's push towards solar is welcomed elsewhere. In the far north, in Inner Mongolia, China has created a desert that no longer just reflects the sun, it captures it. Sheep farmers here have noticed their winters becoming warmer and wetter. They see the benefits of moving away from fossil fuels.
Wind and solar energy is Inner Mongolia's natural resource. We can make some contributions.
The rush towards renewables is not just about combating climate change. China is eager to be energy self-sufficient and not rely on other countries. The unprecedented growth also means China is the undisputed global leader of renewables. And some analysts believe it could take the rest of the world decades to catch up.
This country is still heavily reliant on
decades to catch up for the rest of the world. Well, I guess we could start working with China rather than against them. Anyway. Alright, there you have it, Space Fams. Your Saturday live stream from GNN. Not as long as expected, and I apologize for that. I think what I will do, as a result of us only getting like a slightly truncated stream, 2 hours less than expected. I think what I'll do is tomorrow, Sunday Fun Day, we'll do a half goal instead of a regular full goal. Because we really only got like a 2/3 stream. Alright, Space Fams, well, that's the end of the stream. Hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Don't forget, GNN is brought to you by Space Fams like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. Well, we got through another stream. It was pretty long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah Noep, Skelts, Selena, Omegastar, Nadia, Jokey, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Why is the stream ending? Well, I feel like I just mentioned it, but I'll mention it again. The reason the stream is ending early is because of the fact that the pilot that was missing, that we were going to talk about being missing for much of the stream, was found. And as a result, we lost about 2 hours worth of content. Maybe more. Because I really stretched the rest of it. Not gonna lie. Wow, that's a lot of ones in the chat. So very many ones.
you.